Yamakawago, the chapter about the pears. No escape from bad deeds. The monk Chakupala determined to fulfill his practice even at the cost of his eyes, and eventually he attained awakening. The Buddha explained the deed he did in the past which caused his loss of sight in the present, and he summarized the teaching with this verse. Mano pabanga dhamma mano serta mano maya manasache padartena basativa karotiva tato nandukaman veti chakkan vavahato padan. Mind precedes thoughts. Mind is their chief. Their quality is made by mind. If with base mind one speaks or acts, through that suffering follows one, like a wheel follows ox's foot. The reward of good deeds. Marta Kundali, the son of a miser, died after paying his respects to the Buddha and is reborn in heaven. Later he came and showed his father the reward of good deeds, and his father was converted. The Buddha explained the matter with this verse. Manopabanga madhamma mano serta mano maya manasache pasannena basativa karotiva tatonan sukhaman veti chayava anapayini. Mind precedes thoughts. Mind is their chief. Their quality is made by mind. If with pure mind one speaks or acts, through that happiness follows one, like shadow which does not depart. Hatred is not overcome by dwelling on it. Tissa, an older relative of the Buddha, ordained and was vain and obstinate. The Buddha showed how he was also obstinate in a previous life and almost lost his head, and then he taught the monks with these verses. Akko chiman avadiman ajiniman nahasime ye chetanupanaihanti veirante zannasammati. He abused me, he struck at me, he overcame me, he robbed me. Those who bear ill will to others, their hatred is never appeased. Akko chiman avadiman ajiniman nahasime ye tanna upanaihanti veirante upasammati. He abused me, he struck at me, he overcame me, he robbed me. Those who bear not ill will to others, their hatred is surely appeased. Hatred is overcome by kindness. A barren woman brings home a young woman for her husband, but every time the young wife conceives, the barren wife contrives an abortion. Through life after life they consume each other's children until brought to the Buddha, who taught them with this verse. Nahi veire na veirani samanti dakudachanan aveire na chasamanti eso dhammo sanantano. For not by hatreds do hatreds cease at any time in this place. They only cease with non-hatred. This truth is surely eternal. One should listen to admonition. The followers of two monks of Kosambi fell into a dispute, and despite the Buddha's admonitions, refused to be reconciled. The Buddha retired to Pāli forest and was served by an elephant and a monkey. Meanwhile, the lay people refused to attend on the monks till they came to their senses. Eventually they asked for forgiveness, and the Buddha taught them with this verse. Parechana vijananti mayameta yamamase ye chatata vijananti tato samanti medaga. The others do not understand that we should restrain ourselves here, but for those who do understand, through that their dissensions do cease. Seek for what is profitable. Two brothers, Chulakala and Mahakala, ordained, and one went to a cemetery to practice, and soon overcame the defilements and attained awakening. The other, however, did not work at his practice, and was soon enticed back to the lay life by his former wives. The Buddha spoke these verses about these two. Subhanupasin viharantan indriyesu asanwatan bhojanam hiyamatanyan kusitan hina viriyan tan ve pasahati maro vatorakan vadubbalan. Contemplating what is pleasant, with sense faculties uncontrolled, not knowing the limit in food, indolent, low in energy, Mara surely overthrows that one, like wind overthrows a weak tree. Asubhanupasim viharantan indriyesu susamvatan bhojanam hichamatanyan sadhanaradhaviriyan tanvena pasahati maro vato selan vapabhatan. Contemplating the unpleasant with their sense faculties controlled, and knowing the limit in food, faithful with energy aroused, Mara does not overthrow that one, just as wind does not overthrow a mountain made of solid rock. Being worthy of the robe. Venerable Sariputta preached on generosity, and people decided to give alms. One man gave a robe, which they decided to give to Venerable Devadatta. When the Buddha heard about it, he related a Jataka about Devadatta, who, as an elephant hunter, disguised himself as a Pacheka Buddha in order to kill his prey, and then spoke these verses about him. Anikasavo kasavan yovatan paridahesati apeto dhammasachena naso kasavam ahati. The one who, while he's still impure, would wear the renunciant's robe, being without restraint and truth, he is not worthy of that robe. Yo chavantaka savasa silesu susamahito upeto dhammasachena saveka savam ahati. The one who, steady in virtue, throws out any impurity, endowed with both restraint and truth, is indeed worthy of that robe. Discerning the truth. Sariputta and Moggallana retired from the world under Sanjaya, but attained no great distinction. Then they heard a summary of the Buddha's teachings and were converted. They tried to bring Sanjaya to the Buddha, but he would not go. His disciples left him, and he died unconverted. The Buddha spoke these verses showing the difference between them. Asare sara matino, sare cha sara dasino, te saranadi gachanti, micha sankappa gochara. Finding the truth in what is false, and seeing falsehood in the truth, they do not understand the truth and resort to wrong intention. Sarancha sarato nyatva, asarancha asarato, te saranadi sammasankappa gochara. Knowing the truth in what is true, and knowing falsehood in the false, they understand what is the truth and resort to right intention. Skillful means. The Buddha's half-brother Nanda ordained but yearned for the lay life. The Buddha promised him celestial sprites as a reward for his efforts in the spiritual life. Nanda put forth effort and became an arahat, and the Buddha was released from his promise. These verses were spoken about him. Yataragaran duchanan varti samati vijjati evan abhavitan chittan rago samati vijjati. Just as the rain can penetrate a house with thatching that is poor, so also passion penetrates a mind that is undeveloped. Yataragaran suchanan vatitna samati vijjati evan subhavitan chittan ragona samati vijjati. Just as rain does not penetrate a house with thatching that is good, so passion cannot penetrate a mind that is well developed. The wicked will lament. Chunda was a cruel pig butcher who cared not for the suffering he inflicted and did no good deeds at all. Before he died, he started behaving like a pig himself and later fell into Avicii, the hell of relentless suffering. The Buddha summarized the events with this verse. Ida sochati pecha sochati papakari ubayata sochati so sochati so vihanyati diswakammakalita matano. Here he laments, after death he laments. The wicked one laments in both places. He laments and he suffers vexation, seeing the defilement of his own deeds. The good rejoice. Dhammika, a good supporter, lay dying, and he requested the monks to chant the mindfulness discourse for him. Seeing celestial chariots coming to take him away, he asked them to wait until the monks finished chanting. But the monks thought he was asking them to stop and go away. Later the Buddha explained Dhammika was reborn in the Tusita heaven, and he spoke this verse about him. Ida modati pecha modati katapunyo ubayata modati so modati so pamodati diswakamma visuddhimatano. Here he rejoices, after death he rejoices. The righteous one rejoices in both places. He rejoices, he greatly rejoices, seeing the purity of his own deeds. The wicked suffer. Devadatta grew jealous and plotted to kill the Buddha. When that failed, he tried to cause a schism. Eventually he wished to seek for forgiveness, but before he reached the Buddha, he fell into Avicii, the hell of relentless suffering. The Buddha summarized the events with this verse. Ida tapati pecha tapati, papakari ubayata tapati, papan mekatanti tapati, bio tapati dogatin gato. Here he suffers, after death he suffers. The wicked one suffers in both places. He suffers thinking, I have done evil. Gone to a bad fate, he suffers much more. The good take delight. The lay supporter Anathapindika had 3 daughters. The youngest, after calling her father younger brother, died. The Buddha explained that Anathapindika was her junior in the Dhamma, as she had attained the 2nd stage of awakening and had been reborn in the Tusita heaven, and he spoke this verse about her. Ida nandati pecha nandati, katapunyo ubayata nandati, punyan mekatanti nandati, bio nandati sugatin gato. Here she delights, after death she delights. The righteous one delights in both places. She delights thinking, I have done merit. Gone to a good fate, she delights much more. Practice what you have learned. 2 friends ordained. One followed the path of practice and soon attained. The other the path of study and became puffed up with pride. The Buddha showed how the one who attained could answer his questions much better than the one who studied, and he spoke these verses about them. Baham piche sahitan basamano, natakaro hoti naro pamato, gopo vagavo ganayan paresan, nabhagavasa manyasa hoti. Even though reciting abundant scriptures, the heedless one who does not what they say, like a cowboy counting others' cattle, does not partake of the ascetic life. Apampiche sahitan basamano, dhammasahoti anudammachari, ragancha dosancha pahaya mohan, samappajano suvimutta citto, anupadiyano idavahuranva, sabhagavasa manyasa hoti. Even though reciting only few scriptures, but living in accordance with Dhamma, abandoning greed, hate and delusion, understanding aright with mind released, that one, unattached here and hereafter, surely partakes of the ascetic life. Yamikawaggo Patamo, the chapter about the pears, the first. Appamada Waggo, 2. The chapter about heedfulness. The heedful attain Nibbana. King Udana had 2 queens, Samawati, who was follower of the Buddha, and Markandeya, who was spurned by the Buddha. Out of jealousy, Markandeya brought about the destruction of Samawati and her 500 followers, all of whom had attained stages of awakening. Markandeya and her family, who were full of defilements, were put to death by the king. When what had happened was reported to the Buddha, he spoke these verses about them. Appamado amatapadan, pamado machuno padan, appamata namiyanti, ye pamata yatamata. The heedful one gains the deathless, the heedless one the state of death. Those who are heedful do not die, but the heedless are like the dead. Etan visesato nyatva appamadami pandita appamade pamodanti ayanan gochare rata. The wise, fully understanding this in regard to heedfulness, rejoice in heedfulness, delight in the domain of the noble. Te jayino satatika nichandalha parakama pusanti dira nibbanan yoga keman anuttaran. Those who meditate all the time, constant and firm in their effort, those wise ones will reach Nibbana, the supreme release from all bonds. The fame of the good increases. Kumbhagosika was a rich man's son who escaped his afflicted household during a plague. Later he disguised himself as a poor man and worked for his living, but was recognized by the king, who honored him and gave him his daughter in marriage. When he heard the story, the Buddha spoke this verse about him. Ortanavato satimato suchikamasanisammakarino Sanyatassa Dhamma jivino appamatasya so bivadati. For he who is active, mindful, pure in deeds and considerate, self-controlled, living by Dhamma, heedful, fame greatly increases. The intelligent make an island. When Venerable Chulapantaka could not remember even 4 lines of verse after 3 months trying, the Buddha asked him to rub a white cloth, which subsequently became soiled and gave him initial insight into impermanence. The Buddha then taught him that the mind is also defiled and must be cleansed, and he soon attained deliverance, after which the Buddha spoke this verse about him. Uttanena pamadena samyamena dhamena cha dipankairata medavi yanogo nabikirati. Through activity, heedfulness, and through self-control and restraint, the sagacious make an island no floodwaters can overcome. Heedfulness is our greatest wealth. During a 7-day festival of fools in Savatthi, the people used to go round insulting and disrespecting everyone they met. The Buddha's supporters asked him to stay at the monastery for the duration, and they sent alms food there. This is the teaching the Buddha gave them when it was over. Pamadamanayanjanti baladu medino jana appamadancha medavi danan sertan varakati. The foolish and stupid people cultivate heedlessness themselves. The sagacious guard heedfulness as though it was their greatest wealth. Ma pamadamanuyanjeta ma kamarati santavan appamato hijayanto Papoti Vipulan Sukhan. Do not cultivate heedlessness, do not take delight in pleasure. The heedful one, meditating, surely attains great happiness. The heedful stand on heights. Venerable Mahakassapa, after collecting his alms food, sat in meditation and tried to understand in all its breadth the rising and falling away of living beings. The Buddha advised him that only Buddhas have such thorough knowledge, and then he spoke this verse. Pamadana pamadena yada nudati pandito Panyapasadamaruha asoko sokinin pajan pabatato vabumate dirobale avekati. When the wise one eliminates heedlessness with his heedfulness and mounts the palace of wisdom, griefless he looks on grieving people. The wise one, like one standing on a mountain, looks down on the fools who are standing on the plains. The heedful speed ahead. Two monks were given a meditation subject by the Buddha. One spent his time on monastic duties like sweeping, while the other was diligent and became an arahat. After the rains retreat, the Buddha commended him and spoke this verse about him. Apamato pamatezu suttezu bahujagaro abalasan vasigaso hitvayati sumedaso. Heedful amongst the heedless ones, wakeful amongst the ones who sleep, like a swift horse who abandons a weak horse, the wise one proceeds. Heedfulness is praised. Prince Magga did good works in his village and inspired 33 others to join him. Later they were reborn as Sakka in his company. The Buddha spoke this verse explaining what had happened. Appamadena Maggava Devanan Settatangato Appamadan Pasansanti Pamado Gahito Sada. Through heedfulness did Maggava attain leadership of the gods. The good always praise heedfulness, but heedlessness is always blamed. Heedfulness consumes the fetters. A monk was given a meditation subject but could make no progress, so he determined to return to the Buddha. On his way he saw a great fire burn down a forest, and the Buddha appeared to him and taught him with this verse. Appamadarato bhikkhu pamade bayadasiva sanyojanan anantulan dahanagiva gacchati. A monastic delighting in heedfulness, seeing danger in heedlessness, advances like fire against the fetter, small or large. The heedful are close to Nibbana. Nigamawasitissa lived near Savatthi, and after he ordained, he only went to his local village for alms. The monks blamed him, but the Buddha praised him for being frugal and content, and spoke this verse praising his way of life. Appamadarato bhikkhu pamade bayadasiva ababbo parihanaya nibbana seva santike. A monastic who delights in heedfulness, seeing danger in heedlessness, does not fall away. He is well nigh to Nibbana. Appamadavaggo Dutio, the chapter about heedfulness, the second. Chittavaggo 3, the chapter about the mind. The wise steady their minds. The Buddha's attendant Magya left the Buddha alone against his wishes and went and meditated in a mango grove. His mind was overcome with defilements, and the Buddha taught him with these verses, at the conclusion of which he attained stream entry. Pandanan chapalan chittan durakkan dunnivarayan Ujan karoti medavi usukaro vatejanan. An agitated and unsteady mind, difficult to guard, difficult to ward, the sagacious one will make straight, as a fletcher does his arrow. Varijo vatale kitto, okamokata ubato, paripandatitan chittan, maradeyan pahatave. Like a fish thrown up on dry land, pulled out from its watery home, mind is agitated. One ought to throw off the sway of Mara. The mind should be restrained. A female lay disciple supported some monks during the rains retreat and was given a meditation subject herself, with which she attained the third stage of awakening. Later a monk went to her and realized she knew his every thought and was scared by that. But the Buddha told him to reside near her, and he taught him about the mind with this verse. Soon he became an arahat. Danigahasalahano Yattakamanipattino Chittasadamato sadhu Chittandantan sukavahan. For the mind that is difficult to subdue, flighty and flitting wherever it will, restraint is good. A restrained mind brings happiness. The mind should be well guarded. Anupubbha was a faithful householder who fulfilled his duties to the monastics and later was ordained himself, but became weary with all the rules and regulations. The Buddha told him his real duty was only to guard his mind, and further taught him with this verse. Suduttasan sunipunan yattakamanipattinanan chittan rakketa medavi chittan guttan sukavahan. Hard to see and very subtle, and flitting wherever it will, the sage should surely guard the mind. A guarded mind brings happiness. Controlling the mind leads to escape. Sangharakkhita ordained as a monk and received robes, one of which he wished to give to an elder, his uncle. The elder had no need for it though, and refused it. Venerable Sangharakkhita daydreamed about returning to the household life and was distressed when his daydream was exposed. But the Buddha taught him as follows. Durangaman ekacharan asariran guhasayan ye chittan sanyame santi mokkanti marabandana. Those who will restrain the mind that roams far away and is lonesome, without a body and hidden, escape from the bonds of Mara. develop a mind free from perplexity. Chittahatta wavered continually between being a monk and a householder, but eventually he saw into the truth of impermanence, ordained yet again, and became an arahat. The Buddha spoke these verses about him. Anavatita chittasa saddhamman avijanato pariplava pasadasa panyana paripurati. For the one with unsettled mind, who does not know the true Dhamma, whose confidence is wavering, wisdom is surely unfulfilled. Anavasuta chittasa ananvahata chetaso punya papa pahinasa nati jagarato bayan. For the one with mind free of lust, for the one with mind unperplexed, there is no fear for those awake, abandoning merit and demerit. Understanding and wisdom overcome Mara. 500 monks were invited to stay in a forest for the rains retreat, but the tree spirits were not happy and drove them away. The Buddha taught the monks the discourse about loving kindness. They returned and the spirits served their needs. The monks developed insight, and the Buddha then gave this teaching. Kambupaman kayamiman viditva nagarupaman chittamidanta petva yodetamaran panyavadena jitan chidrakke anivesanosia. Knowing that this body is like a jar, establishing the mind like a fortress, fight Mara with the weapon of wisdom. Guard your success and do not be attached. The body is impermanent. Someone who had been a fowler in a previous life ordained and became known as Venerable Tissa, but not long after his body developed all kinds of sores. The Buddha washed his body, taught the following verse, and he became an arahat before dying for the last time. Achiran vatayan kayo patavin adisesati chodo apeta vinyano niratan vavkalingaran. Before long has passed by, alas, this body will lie on the ground, rejected without consciousness, just like a useless piece of wood. The dangers of a badly directed mind. When the Buddha saw the cowherder Nanda was ready, he taught him the gradual path, and he attained stream entry. But shortly afterwards he was shot by a hunter and died. The Buddha then taught this verse. Diso disanyantan kaira Vairiva panaverinan mecha panihitan chitan papionan tato kare. Whatever an aggressor might do to an aggressor or an enemy to an enemy, a mind that's badly directed can do far worse than that to him. The benefits of a well-directed mind. A merchant's son, Soreya, developed lust for Venerable Mahakachayana and was transformed into a woman. Later, after asking pardon, he became a man again, ordained, and soon became an arahat. The Buddha explained what a well-directed mind can do for one. Natan mata pita kaira anyeva pichanyataka samma panihitan chitan Seya sonantato kare. Mother and father might not do for him or other relatives as much good as a mind that is well directed can do for him. Chittawaggo Tatio, the chapter about the mind, the third. Puppawaggo, 4. The chapter about flowers. Reflection must be directed to what is important. 500 monks went on walkabout, and when they returned talked about the various kinds of earth they saw. The Buddha told them to reflect on the earthiness in their own hearts, and spoke the following verses. Ko iman patavin vichesati, yamalokan iman sadevakan, ko dhamma padan sudesitan, kusalo papamivapachesati. Who will know this earth and the lower realm together with the gods? Who will try to reflect on the well-taught verse of Dhamma as a good man reflects on a flower? Seiko patavin vichesati, yamalokan iman sadevakan, seiko dhamma padan sudesitan, kusalo papamivapachesati. The trainee knows this earth and the lower realm together with its gods. The trainee will reflect on the well-taught verse of Dhamma as a good man reflects on a flower. Go beyond death by reflecting on the body. A monk who had been practicing meditation saw a mirage and realized this was similar to existence. He next saw froth on a river with its bubbles bursting, and he realized existence is the same. The Buddha summed up his insight with this verse. Penupaman kayamiman viditva, marichidam abhisam buddhano, chetwana marasa papupakani, adasanan machurajasagache. Knowing that this body is just like froth, understanding it is like a mirage, cutting off Mara's flower-tipped arrows, one should go beyond the king of death's sight. Death carries off one attached to sense pleasures. Prince Vidudaba learned that he was the son of a Sakyan slave woman due to a trick the Sakyans had played on his father, King Pasenadi, and he vowed revenge. On becoming king, he massacred the Sakyans, but on his way home, he and his army were swept away by floodwaters. Later, the Buddha spoke this verse summarizing what had happened. Puppani heva pachinantan, vyasata manasanaran, satangaman mahogova, machuadaya gachati. Death takes up and carries away the one whose mind is attached to collecting flowers, like a flood carries off a sleeping village. Death carries off one attached to sense pleasures. Patipujika passed away from heaven and was reborn on earth, had 4 sons, served the monastics faithfully, and at the end of her life was reunited with her husband Malabari in Tavatimsa heaven. The monastics told the Buddha about the loss of their benefactor, and he gave this teaching. Puppani heva pachinantan, Bhyasat manasannaran atitanyeva kamesu antako kurute wasan. The end maker takes control of the one whose mind is attached to collecting flowers, even though he is unsated with pleasures. The sage should only take what he needs and depart. Venerable Moggallana brought the miser Kosya and his wife to the Buddha, who preached to them on generosity, and they both attained stream entry. The Buddha praised Venerable Moggallana for being both persuasive and modest with his supporters, and spoke this verse about him. Yata pipamaro papan vanagandan ahetayan paleti rasamadaya evangame muni chare. Just as a bee, without hurting the flower, its colour or scent, gathers its nectar and escapes, so should the seer roam in village. Looking to one's deeds. When a lay disciple invited the Buddha for a meal, an ascetic supported by her abused both her and the Buddha, who advised her not to worry about what the ascetic is doing or saying, but instead to look to herself. The Buddha then summarized his teaching with this verse. Na paresan vilomani, na paresan katakatan, attanova vekkeya, katani akatani cha. Not the wrong of others, or what others have done or have not done, one should consider, but what has been done and not done by oneself. Words are only meaningful when backed by deeds. When Venerable Ananda is sent to teach the two queens of King Pasenadi, Malika and Vasabhakatiya, the first profits by it, but the latter does not. The Buddha explained why this was so with these verses. Yata piruchiran papan vanavantan agandakan evan subhasita vacha apalaho tiakupato. Just like a beautiful flower which has colour but lacks fragrance, so are well-spoken words fruitless for the one who acts not on them. Yata piruchiran papan vanavantan sagandakan evan subhasita vacha sapalaho tipakupato. Just like a beautiful flower which has colour and has fragrance, so are well-spoken words fruitful for the one who does act on them. One should take the opportunity to do good deeds. Visakha was a faithful supporter of the Buddha, but was married off to a son of Migara, a supporter of the Jains. She insisted on inviting the Buddha for the wedding meal, and Migara was converted by his teaching. Later she built the Pabharama monastery for the monastics. The Buddha spoke this verse about her. Yata pipapara simha kairamala gune bahu evanjatena machena kataban kusalan bahan. Just as from a heap of flowers one might make a lot of garlands, so should many good deeds be done by one who is born a mortal. Virtue gains renown and is unsurpassed. When Venerable Ananda asked the Buddha if there is any fragrance that goes against the wind, the Buddha explained that if someone takes refuge, keeps precepts and is generous, the fragrance of his virtue will become widely known. And he spoke these verses. Na pagando pativata meti, na chandanan tagara malikava, satanchagando pativata meti, sabadisa sapuriso pavayati. The fragrance of flowers goes not against the wind, nor does sandalwood or pinwheel or white jasmine. But the fragrance of the good goes against the wind. The true person's fragrance permeates all directions. Chandanantagaran vapi uppalanatavasiki etezan gandhajatanan silagando anuttaro. Sandalwood and pinwheel also, water lily and striped jasmine, amongst these kinds of good fragrance, virtue's fragrance is unsurpassed. The fragrance of virtue blows amongst the gods. Venerable Mahakassapa rose from meditation after 7 days and went for alms. Celestial spirits stepped forward to donate to him, but he dismissed them. Then Sakka and his wife disguised themselves as weavers and succeeded in giving alms. But Venerable Mahakassapa discovered who they were and chided them. The Buddha spoke this verse about him. Appamatto ayangando yayantagara chandani yochasila vatangando vati devesu uttamo. Pinwheel and sandalwood fragrance are insignificant, but the fragrance of one who has virtue flutters supreme amongst the gods. Mara can no longer find those who are free. Gravely ill, Venerable Godika kept falling away from his concentration and decided to commit suicide. After the event, Mara searched high and low for his place of rebirth, but the Buddha asserted that he had not been reborn and spoke this verse. Te san sampanna silanan appamada viharinan sammadanya vimuttanan maro magana vindati. Mara cannot find the path of those who are endowed with virtue, who live heedfully, and who are completely freed through deep knowledge. True disciples shine forth amongst the ordinary folk. Sirigutta supported the Buddha, but his friend Garahadinna supported the Jainas. Sirigutta proved that the Jainas do not know the past, present and future as they declared, and the Buddha proved his knowledge and power to Garahadinna, who became his disciple. Then the Buddha spoke these verses. Yata sankara danasmin ujitasmin mahapate padumantat tajayita suchigandan manoraman evan sankara bhutezu andabhute putujane atirochati panyaya samma sambuddha savako. Just as in a discarded heap along the highway a lotus might arise with a pure fragrance, delighting the mind, so amongst the blind and ordinary folk The perfect son, Buddha's disciple, shines forth because of his wisdom. Papawako Chatuto, the chapter about flowers, the fourth. Balawago 5, the chapter about fools. The long journey in births and deaths. King Pasenadi was overcome with desire for another man's wife and sought to have him killed. During the night he woke to the sound of 4 people screaming. The Buddha explained they were adulterers in their previous lives and did no good deeds. And then he spoke this verse. Diga Jagarato Rati Digan Santasayojanan Digo Balanan Sansaro Sadhamman Avijanatan. Long is the night for one awake, long is a league for one tired, long is the round of births and deaths for fools who know not true Dhamma. No friendship with fools. A faithless pupil of Venerable Mahakassapa, after numerous other acts of deceit, tricked a supporter into giving him food and drinks which he said were needed by the elder. After being rebuked, he burned down the elder's hut, ran away, and was later reborn in Avicii, the relentless hell. The Buddha then gave this advice. Charanche nadigacheya sayan sadisamatano ekachayan dalhan kaira natibale sahayata. If while roaming one cannot find one better or same as oneself, one should resolve to go alone. There can be no friendship with fools. There is no real ownership. The millionaire miser Ananda was reborn in great poverty and distress and had to beg for his meals. He returned to his previous home but was thrown out by his son. The Buddha then asked Ananda to show his son where he buried his gold, and his son converted. The Buddha then spoke this verse. Putta matti danan matti iti balo vihanyati attahi attano natti kuto putta kuto danan. Sons are mine and riches are mine, so the fool suffers vexation. When even self is not his own, how then sons and how then riches? The fool who knows he's a fool. 2 thieves went to listen to the Dhamma. One of them attained a stage of awakening. The other managed to undo a knot in someone's clothes and steal some pennies. When this was reported to the Buddha, he spoke this verse in explanation. Yo balo manyati balyan pandito vapitena so balo cha pandita mani Save baloti vuchati. The fool who knows his foolishness is at least wise in that matter. The fool who's proud of his wisdom is said to be a fool indeed. Fools cannot learn. Venerable Udayi lived with the Buddha, but when questioned by visiting monks, it was found he did not know even the fundamentals of the teaching. They told this to the Buddha, who spoke this verse: Yava jivam piche balo panditan pairupasiti naso dhamman vijanati dabhi suparasanyata. Even if a fool attends on a wise man for his whole life long, he does not learn Dhamma, just as spoon learns not the taste of curry. The wise can easily learn. The 30 youths from Partayaka were amongst the Buddha's first converts. Later he taught them about the impossibility of knowing the beginning of the round of births and deaths, and they immediately became arahats. The Buddha spoke this verse about them: Mahatamapi che vinyu panditan pairupasati Kipandamman vijanati jivha suparasanyata. If a perceptive man attends on a wise man for a second, he quickly learns Dhamma, just as the tongue learns the taste of curry. Fools are their own worst enemy. The leper Suppabuddha heard the Dhamma and attained stream entry, but was killed by a cow soon after and was reborn in heaven. The Buddha explained that together with 3 others he had killed a cow in a previous existence and that the cow had vowed revenge. The Buddha then spoke this verse: Charanti bala dumeda amite neva attana karanta papakan kaman yan hoti katukapalan. Stupid fools live having themselves as their own foes, committing wicked deeds which produce bitter fruit. Deeds that are not well done. The Buddha warned a farmer regarding 1,000 gold coins dropped by a thief in his field. The farmer covered them over and continued ploughing. Some people investigating the robbery traced the thieves to his field and uncovered the coins, and he was arrested. The Buddha affirmed the farmer's innocence and spoke this verse: Natan kamman katan sadhu yan katva anutapati yassa asumuko rodan vipakan patisevati. That deed is not at all well done, which having done one has regret, for which he has tears on his face, as the result follows him round. Deeds that are well done. The flower seller Sumana delivered flowers to the king each day, but one day when he saw the Buddha, he sprinkled the flowers over him, and they remained in the air around the Buddha, and the whole city came out to see the spectacle. The Buddha predicted Sumana would never go to the lower worlds again, and one day would become a Pacceka Buddha, and spoke this verse in praise of his action: Tan chakam man katan sadhu yan katva nanutapati yasapati to sumano vipakan patisevati. But that deed is truly well done, which having done one has no regret, about which he is pleased and glad, as the result follows him round. The ripening of wickedness. A cousin of the nun, Venerable Upalawana, hid in the forest dwelling and raped her when she returned. Later the earth swallowed him up and he was reborn in Avicii, the relentless hell. The Buddha then gave this teaching: Madhava manyati balo yava papanna pachati yada chapachati papan balo dukkhan nigachati. The fool thinks it sweet as long as the wicked deed does not ripen, but when the wicked deed ripens, the fool undergoes suffering. Asceticism is useless without Dhamma. For many years the naked ascetic Jambuka ate excrement and slept on the floor, yet convinced his devotees that he only ate food from a grass tip and never slept, until the Buddha confronted him with his deceit. Jambuka repented, ordained, and soon became an arahat. The Buddha spoke this verse to Jambuka's devotees. Mase kusagena balo banjeta bojanan naso sankata dhammanan kalan agatil solasin. From month to month the fool may eat food with the tip of kusa grass, but he's not worth a 16th part of those who have mastered Dhamma. Deeds do not ripen at once. A man burned down the hut of a Pacheka Buddha and eventually was reborn as a snake ghost, burning for the whole length of his long body, as was seen by Venerable Moggallana. The Buddha confirmed the story and gave this teaching. Nahi papan katan kamman sajjukiran vamuchati dahantan balaman veti basmachanyo vapavako. A wicked deed that has been done, like milk, does not turn all at once. Smouldering it follows the fool, like a fire covered with ashes. Learning only hurts a fool. A young man learned the art of stone throwing, but used it to kill a Pacheka Buddha. He was reborn in Avicii, the hell of relentless suffering, and later as a ghost, whose head was constantly crushed by 60,000 sledgehammers. The Buddha explained what happens to fools who gain knowledge with this verse. Yavidevaranataya nyatan balasa jayati hanti balasa sukamsan muddhamasa vipatayan. Learning arises for a fool only to his disadvantage. It destroys the fool's good fortune. It will destroy his very head. A bad person wishes for preeminence. The householder Chitta sought to give alms to the two chief disciples, but the jealous resident monk Venerable Sudhamma felt offended and refused to attend. The Buddha admonished him with these verses, and he soon became an arahat. Asatan bhavanan nichaya purakarancha bhikkhussu avase zucha isayan puja parakule zucha. The bad man may wish for respect and status amongst monastics, control in the living quarters, worship amongst good families. Mameva katamanyantu gihi pabhajita ubo mameva ativasa asu kecha kechezu kismachi itibalas sankapo echa mano chawadati. Householders and renunciants should both think this was done by me. Let them all be under my sway, in all to be done and not done. So does the fool think, meanwhile his desires and conceit increase. One should not delight in honour or gain. The 7-year-old boy, Tissa, ordained under Venerable Sariputta, and later, spurning gains and the attentions of his relatives, retired into solitude and quickly became an arahat. The Buddha spoke this verse about him: Anya hilabu panisa, anya nibbana gamini, eva metan abinyaya, bhikkhu buddhassa savako, sakkarana binandeya, vivekamanubruhaye. For the means to gains is one thing, the way to nibbana another. Thus, knowing this, the disciple of the Buddha should not delight in honours, but practice alone. Balawaggo Panchamo, the chapter about fools, the 5th. Panditawaggo, 6, the chapter about the wise. One should stay with one who reproves you wisely. The monks did not want to ordain a poor Brahmin, Radha, but the Buddha, seeing his potential, allowed it. Venerable Sariputta gave him guidance which he followed to the letter and soon became an arahat. The Buddha then spoke this verse about being amenable to admonition. Nidinan va pavataran yan passe vajradasinan nigaiha vadin medavin tadisan panditan bhaje tadisan bhajamanasa seyo hotina papio. One should see one who shows your faults, just like one who points out treasure. One should keep company with such a sagacious, learned person. Keeping company with such is surely better for you, not worse. One should give advice. The Buddha asked the chief disciples to advise and instruct some of their wayward disciples. Some accepted the advice, some returned to lay life, and others were later expelled. The Buddha spoke this verse by way of instruction. Ovadeya nusaseya asabbacha nivaraye satan hiso piyo hoti asatan hoti appiyo. One should both advise and instruct, and forbid whatever is vile, for he is dear to the good, but he is not dear to the bad. Who to keep company with? Venerable Channa was always abusing the chief disciples. When the Buddha found out, he admonished him with this verse, but still he refused to refrain. At the Buddha's bidding, he was isolated by the monks, and he later repented and became an arahat. Na bhaje papake mitte, na bhaje purisadame, bhajeta mitte kalyane, bhajeta purisutame. One should not keep company with those wicked friends. One should not keep company with the ignoble. You should keep company with spiritual friends. You should keep company with those superior. The wise delight in the Dhamma. Venerable Mahakapino, who was formerly a king, was given to exclaiming his delight, and the monks feared he was recalling the joys he had when king. The Buddha explained the true reason for his exclamations was delight in the Dhamma, and spoke this verse about him. Dhamma piti sukhan seti vipassannena cetasa arapavedite dhamme sadaramati pandito. The one who drinks Dhamma lives well with a clear mind. The wise one will always delight in the Dhamma that is made known by the noble. The wise straighten themselves out. The novice Pandita saw that irrigators, fletchers and carpenters mastered the objects they worked with, and realized that if they can master unconscious things, he could master his mind. By striving, he did just that, and became an arahat. The Buddha then spoke this verse about him. Udakan hinayanti netika, usukara namayanti tejanan, dharan namayanti tachaka, attanan damayanti pandita. Course makers lead water, fletchers straighten arrows, carpenters straighten wood, the wise master themselves. The wise are unperturbed. The elder Lakuntika Bhaddiya was a dwarf who became an arahat. Because of his condition, the novices and others used to tease him, but he remained unmoved, and the Buddha explained why this was so with this verse. Selo yata ekagano vatena nasamirati evan ninda pasamsasu nasaminjanti pandita. Just as solid rock is not shaken by the wind, so the wise are not moved by either blame or praise. The wise are clear and confident. Karna resented and reviled the monks for taking cakes she wanted to offer to her husband, but the Buddha showed they had only taken what was offered, and she gained faith and attained stream entry. The Buddha explained she had also been offended in a past life, and then spoke this verse. Yata pirado gambiro vipassanno anavilo evan dhammani sattvana vipassidanti pandita. Like a lake that is deep and clear, like a lake that is unruffled, just so the wise are confident after listening to Dhamma. The wise are untouched by contacts. During a famine, the Buddha and his monks lived frugally and without complaint. Later, rogues who lived off the leavings of the monks roamed around making a nuisance of themselves. The Buddha praised those who lived restrained and spoke this verse. Sabbatave sapurisa chajanti Nakama kama lapayanti santo. Sukhena purta atava dukena. No chavachan pandita dasayanti. True people surely everywhere renounce. The good do not talk about sense pleasures. When touched by pleasure and by suffering, the wise are not elated or depressed. One should not desire success through corruption. The householder Dhammika wanted to ordain, but his wife persuaded him for some time to delay it. Eventually he ordained anyway, became an arahat, and went back to teach his wife and son, who themselves ordained and became arahats. The Buddha taught this verse with Venerable Dhammika in mind. Na atta hetu na parasa hetu, na puttamiche na dananaratan, na ichaya dhammena samidhimatano, sasila vapanya dhammikosya. Not for one's own sake and not for another's sake, not desiring a child, riches or governance, he should not desire his success through corruption. He should be both virtuous and wise and righteous. Those who act on the Dhamma will go beyond. Some people in Savatthi went to listen to Dhamma, but were overcome by lust, hatred or drowsiness, and none of them gained from it. The Buddha explained that this is quite common amongst people with this verse. Appakate manusesu ye jana paragamino atayan itarapaja Tiramevānudāvati ye chako samadakate dhamme dhammanuvattino te jana parame santi machudeyan sudutaran. Amongst humans few people go beyond. The rest of the people run down the bank. But those who live righteously, conforming with this well-taught Dhamma, they go beyond, overcoming death, which is hard to cross. Developing renunciation and awakening. 50 monks who passed the rains retreat in Kosala visited the Buddha in Savatthi after the retreat, and this is the inspiring teaching the Buddha gave them on that occasion. Kanhan Dhamman Vipahaya Sukhan Bhavita Pandito Oka Anokan Agama Viveke Yatta Duraman. Having abandoned the dark state, the wise should develop the bright. One should go forth to homelessness from home, living in solitude, where it is hard to find delight. Tatra biratimichaya hitva kameya kinchano paryodapeya attanan chittaklaisehi pandito. One should take delight in that place, having given up sense pleasures and having no possessions. The wise one will then purify the self of defilements of mind. Yezan san bodhiangesu sammachitan subhavitan adana patinisage anupadaya yerata kina savajutimanto te loke parinibbuta. For those who have well developed the factors of awakening, having given up grasping, those who delight in being unattached, pollutant-free and shining forth, are emancipated here. Pandita Waggo Chatto, the chapter about the wise, the sixth. Arahanta Waggo 7. The chapter about the Arahats. The Arahat has no passions. Devadatta hurled a rock down on the Buddha, which cut his foot. The Buddha's physician Jivaka applied medicine which needs to be applied for only a short time, but immediately thereafter he had to leave and was unable to return. The Buddha knew his thoughts though, and asked Venerable Ananda to remove the medicine. The next day Jivaka asked if the Buddha suffered pain because of his oversight, and this was his reply. Gadatino visokasa vipamuttasa sabbadi sabbaganta pahinasa parilaho navidyati. For the one who has reached his goal, who grieves not, released on all sides, who has abandoned all the knots, no consuming fever is found. The mindful abandon their homes. The Buddha set out on walkabout with a great host of monks, but seeing none left behind in Savatthi, he sent Venerable Mahakassapa and his entourage back. Some monks, not knowing of the instruction, accused the elder of being attached to his regular supporters, but the Buddha explained it was otherwise. Uyunjanti sati manto nanikete ramantite hansava palalanhitva okamokan jahantite. The mindful ones who are striving do not delight in their dwellings. Like geese who abandon a lake, they abandon fondness for homes. The track of the liberated is hard to find. Venerable Bhilatisisa took to storing up food so as not to be bothered with the alms round. The monks reported it to the Buddha, who laid down a rule forbidding the storing of food and gave this teaching. Ye zan san nichayo nati, ye parinyata bhojana, sunyato animito cha, vimokko ye zagocharo, akaseva sakuntanan, gatite zan duranaya. For those who have no stores, who know their food aright, for those whose resort is the liberation that is empty or signless, like the birds in the sky, their track is hard to find. The footprint of the one who is free is hard to find. The Buddha and the monks gathered round to help make a robe for Venerable Anuruddha. A former relative of his, who was then a goddess, incited the villagers to give alms, which they did, but the monks suspected Venerable Anuruddha gave the order for a great alms feast. The Buddha reproved them with this verse. Yasa sava pariktina ahare cha nisito Sunyato animito cha vimokko yasa gocharo akase vasakuntanan padantas duranayan. For him whose pollutants are destroyed, who is not dependent on the foods, for him whose resort is the liberation that is empty or signless, like the birds in the sky, his footprints hard to find. The gods envy the Arahat. Venerable Mahakachayana, even though he lived far away, would regularly come to hear the Buddha teach. One day Sakka saw the elder was absent and wished he would come, and suddenly he appeared. Sakka paid homage to him, and the Buddha recited this verse. Yasindriyani samatangatani asayata saritina sudanta pahina manasa anasavasa deva pitasa pihayanti tadino. For the one whose senses are stilled, like horses well trained by their groom, who has abandoned all conceit, who is without all pollutants, even the gods envy such a one. One who is untroubled is not reborn. Venerable Sariputta is slandered by one of the monks, and the Buddha called him to account for himself. Instead of defending himself, he enumerated his virtues, which caused the great earth to quake. The monk who slandered him then asked pardon, and Venerable Sariputta asked pardon in return. The Buddha then spoke this verse. Patavisamo navirujyati indakilu pamotadi sabbato rahadova apeta kadamo sansara nabhavanti tadino. One untroubled just like the earth, steadfast just like a city post, like a lake mud-free. Such a one continues not in births and deaths. The one liberated is calm in all he does. Venerable Tissa ordained a novice who in the ordination hall became an Arahat. Later they travelled, and through the carelessness of the monk, the novice's eye was put out. The novice, however, didn't get angry, but went about his duties as normal. The Buddha explained it with this verse. Santantassa mananhoti santa vacha cha kammacha sammadanya vimuttassa upasantassa tadino. His mind is calm, his speech is calm, and his actions are also calm. Liberated by right knowledge, such a one is truly peaceful. The Arahat is the person supreme. Venerable Sariputta, when questioned by the Buddha, declared he didn't have faith simply through listening to others, implying he had seen for himself. Other monks thought he had said he didn't have faith in the Buddha, so the latter taught this verse to explain the situation. Asado akatanyucha sanditchedo chayo naro hatavakaso vantaso save utama poriso. The one who is beyond mere faith, who knows that which is unmade, who has cut off rebirth linking, who has destroyed the occasion, who has thrown out hope and desire, is surely the person supreme. Wherever arahats live is delightful. Venerable Sariputa's youngest brother Rewata escaped from the household life, ordained, and soon after became an arahat. After the rains retreat, the Buddha visited him, and by spiritual power he transformed the thorn thickets he lived in into something well equipped and quite delightful. When two old monks returned, they found only a thorn thicket. The Buddha explained how it is so. Game va yadivaranye, nene va yadivatale, yatarahanto viharanti, tan bhumin ramaneyakan. Whether in the village or wilds, whether on low or on high ground, wherever the arahats live, that ground is surely delightful. The arahats delight in the wilderness. A courtesan came across a meditating monk in the wilderness and sought to seduce him by stripping and flirting with him. When he saw her, he became excited. The Buddha sent forth his image and gave the monk this advice. Ramaniyani aranyani yatanaramati jano vitaraga ramisanti nate kamagavesino. The delightful wildernesses where the people do not delight, those without passion delight in, but not those who seek sense pleasures. Arahantawaggo Satamo, the chapter about arahats, the 7th. Sahasrawaggo, 8, the chapter about the thousands. One useful word is better. A man worked all his life as a public executioner and later had deep regret about his actions. Venerable Sariputta gave him just one teaching and he was reborn in Tusita heaven. The monks wondered how this could be, and the Buddha spoke this verse to explain it. Sahasramapi chevacha anattapada samhita ekan attapadan seyo yan sattva upasammati. Though there are 1,000 sayings consisting of quite useless words, better is just one useful word, hearing which one is brought to peace. One useful verse is better. Bahir Daruchirya obtained a short teaching from the Buddha, became an arahat, and died straight afterwards. The Buddha appointed him as foremost amongst those who were quick to grasp the teaching, and when the monks doubted it, he taught them with this verse. Sahasramapi chegata anattapada samhita ekan gata padan seyo yan sattva upasammati. Though there are 1,000 verses consisting of quite useless words, better is one word of a verse, hearing which one is brought to peace. The one who conquers himself is supreme. Kundalakesi, who had previously killed her husband and joined the Wanderers and expertly defended their doctrines, was converted by Venerable Sariputta with a simple teaching. The monks wondered how, and the Buddha spoke these verses to explain it. Yo che gata satan base anattapada samhita ekandam padan seyo yan sattva upasammati. One may speak 1,000 verses consisting of quite useless words. Better is one verse of Dhamma, hearing which one is brought to peace. Yo sahasan sahasena sangame manase jine ekancha jaya attanan Save Sangamanjatamo. One may conquer 1,000 men 1,000 times in a battle, but having conquered one's own self, one would be supreme in battle. The one who conquers self cannot be defeated. A Brahmin admitted to earning his living through gambling, and the Buddha explained that gains in this way are no true gains, but those who overcame themselves are truly victorious. And then he gave him this teaching. Attaha vejitan seyo yachayan itarapaja attadantas saposasa Nichan sanyatacharino neva devo nagandabo namaro sahabramuna jitan abichitan kaira tatarupasajantuno. Conquest over self is better than that over other people. For the one who conquers himself, who lives constantly well restrained, neither gods nor Gandhabas nor Mara together with Brahmas can turn conquest into defeat for a person who is like this. Worshipping those worthy is better than alms. Venerable Sariputta asked the Buddha to teach his uncle, who supported the Jainas, the true way to the Brahma world, and this is the verse with which he taught them. Mase mase sahasena yo yajeta satan saman ekancha bhavitatanan mahatamapi pujaye sayeva pujanaseyo yanche vasasatan hutan. One might give alms impartially with 1,000 coins of money month by month for 100 years, and one might worship someone with developed self for a second. That worship is surely better than the 100-year sacrifice. Worshipping those worthy is better than sacrifice. Venerable Sariputta asked the Buddha to teach his nephew, who slayed animals and tended the sacrificial fire, the true way to the Brahma world. And the Buddha gave the teaching in this verse. Yo chavasa satanjantu agin paricharevane ekancha bhavitatanan mahatamapi pujaye sayeva pujanaseyo yanche vasasatan hutan. One person might care for the fire in the woods for 100 years, and one might worship someone with developed self for a second. That worship is surely better than the 100 years sacrifice. Worshipping the upright is better than alms or sacrifice. Venerable Sariputta asked the Buddha to teach his friend who offered animals in sacrifice the true way to the Brahma world, and the Buddha gave him this teaching. Yan kinchi yitan chahutan chaloke sanvatcharanya jeta punya pekko Sabam pitanda chatubhagameti abhiwadana ujugate zuseyo. Whatever the alms or the sacrifice one seeking merit may give for a year, that is not a quarter of the merit. Better is the worship of the upright. The benefit of worshipping elders. When the boy Digayu was destined to die, the Buddha and the monks chanted protective verses for him, and he lived on. The Buddha said long life is not the only thing a man received when he reverenced the elders, and then he taught them with this verse. Abhivadana silisa Nichan vadapachayino Chattaro Dhamma vadanti Ayavano sukhan balan. For the one who is constantly worshipping honourable elders, 4 things increase: the length of life, beauty, and happiness and strength. One day of virtuous living is better. Venerable Sariputta's nephew Sankitya ordained as a novice, and when 30 monks' lives were threatened by 500 thieves, he converted the thieves and they ordained. When he heard about it, this is the teaching the Buddha gave. Yo chawasa satan jive dusilo asamahito ekahan jivitan seyo silawantas sajayino. One might live for 100 years, unvirtuous and uncomposed, but one day is better for one with virtue and meditation. One day of wisdom is better. Venerable Kanu Kondanya, sitting in meditation, was unmoved when 500 thieves piled up their stolen goods all over him at night. The thieves, impressed with his equanimity, converted and were ordained. This is the teaching the Buddha gave on that occasion. Yo chawasa satan jive dupanyo asamahito ekahan jivitan seyo panyawantas sajayino. One might live for 100 years, lacking in wisdom, uncomposed, but one day is better for one with wisdom and meditation. One day of striving is better. Venerable Sappadasa was dissatisfied and thought to end his life, but became an arahat with the razor at his windpipe. When questioned by the monks, the Buddha explained that one who truly strives can attain awakening in an instant, and he spoke this verse. Yo chawasa satan jive kusito hina viryo ekahan jivitan seyo Viryan arabato dalham. One might live for 100 years, indolent with less energy, but one day is better for one with energy set up and firm. Better to see rise and fall. Patachara ran away from home with one of her slaves, had 2 children, and lost them both, along with her husband, parents, and brother in one day. She went mad, and by approached the Buddha, who, recognizing she was ready for awakening, taught her about the endless sorrow of births and deaths, and then spoke this verse, hearing which she became an arahat. Yo chavasa satan jive apasan udayabayan ekahan jivitan seyo pasato udayabayan. One might live for 100 years without seeing rise and fall, but a life of one day is better for the one seeing rise and fall. Better to see the deathless. When Kisa Gotami sought medicine for her dead son, the Buddha asked her to bring mustard seeds from a house that had never seen death. She learned during her quest that everyone dies, and the Buddha taught her further with this verse. Yo chavasa satan jive apasan amatan padan ekahan jivitan seyo pasato amatan padan. One might live for 100 years without seeing the deathless state, but a life of one day is better for one seeing the deathless state. Better to see the supreme state. A good lay disciple, Bahupattika, was despised by her children and decided to ordain, and was very resolute in her practice. The Buddha gave this teaching, and she attained awakening. Yo chavasa satan jive apasan dhammamutaman ekahan jivitan seyo pasato dhammamutaman. One might live for 100 years without seeing the supreme state, but a life of one day is better for one seeing the supreme state. Sahasrawaggo Artamo. The chapter about the thousands, the 8th. Papawaggo 9. The chapter about wickedness. The one quick in merit prospers. A Brahmin had only one robe and hesitated to give it to the Buddha, but eventually in the last watch of the night he did give it, and he was richly rewarded by the king. The Buddha explained his reward would have been greater had he not hesitated, and spoke this verse. Abhittareta kalyane papa chittan nivaraye dandan hi karato panyan papasmin ramati mano. Hasten to do virtuous deeds, ward off the mind from wickedness, for the mind of the one slow in merit delights in wickedness. One should be restrained from what is wrong. Venerable Sayasaka was unable to maintain his chastity and broke the same rule again and again. When the Buddha was informed, he reminded him to keep the precepts and reproved him with this verse. Papanche puriso kaira, natan kaira punan, natami chandan kairata, duko papasa uchiyo. Should a person do that which is wicked, he should not do it again and again. Let him not place his intention in it, for suffering grows for the wicked one. A young woman working in the fields gave parched rice to Venerable Mahakassapa and was thereby reborn in Tusita heaven. She desired to do more good deeds for Venerable Mahakassapa, but was restrained by him. The Buddha explained the reason for her motivation with this verse. Punyanche puriso kaira, kaira te tan punan, tammi chandan kairata, sukho punyasa uchiyo. If a person make merit, he should do it again. Let him place his intention there. There is an increase of happiness for the one who has made merit. Eventually, all get what they deserve. A goddess in the house of Anathapindika advised him to stop supporting the Buddha and his disciples as he was being brought to poverty. Anathapindika reproved the goddess and sent her out of his house. Later she recovered the householder's fortune and apologized. He took her to the Buddha, who taught them both with these verses. Papo pipasati badram, yava papanna pachati, yadacha pachati papan, atapapo papani pasati. The wicked experience good fortune, while the wickedness done does not ripen. But when the wickedness ripens, then the wicked will experience wicked things. Badro pipasati papan, yava badran pachati, yadacha pachati badran, atabadro badrani pasati. The fortunate experience wickedness as long as the fortune does not ripen, but when the fortune ripens, then the fortunate experience good fortune. Do not despise wickedness. A monk refused to look after his requisites, thinking them not worth the trouble. The Buddha told him he should not think in that way and admonished him with this verse. Ma pamanyeta papasa namantan agamisati udabindu nipatena udakambo pipurati balo purati papasa tokan piachinan. One should not despise wickedness, thinking it will not come to me. Through the falling of water drops, the water pot is quickly filled. The fool, gathering bit by bit, soon becomes full of wickedness. Do not despise merit. A wise man heard the Buddha preach on the merit of giving and encouraging giving, invited the Buddha and the monks for alms, and then requested others to help in the deed. The foolish merchant Bilalapada thought the man shouldn't offer more than he can himself fulfill, and gave but little, but later feared he would be exposed for his stinginess. The wise man, however, praised all who gave. The fool repented, and the Buddha gave this teaching. Ma pamanyeta punyasa namantan agamisati udabindu nipatena udakambo pipuriti diro puriti punyasa tokatokan piachinan. One should not despise one's merit, thinking it will not come to me. Through the falling of water drops, the water pot is quickly filled. The wise, gathering bit by bit, will soon become full of merit. Avoiding wickedness like poison. The merchant Mahadana set out with 500 wagons, but learned there are thieves ahead and thieves behind, and so stayed put in a village. This was told to the Buddha, who drew the lesson therefrom and spoke this verse. Vani Jova Bayan Magan Apasato Mahadano Visanjivitu Kamova Papani Parivajyaye. Like a merchant on fearful path, with few friends and great wealth, as one loving life would avoid poison, so should one avoid wicked deeds. The one without a wound. The Buddha taught Kukkuta the hunter his 7 sons and 7 daughters, and they all gained stream entry. The Buddha also explained that the hunter's wife attained stream entry while still young. The monks asked, how can anyone who has stream entry help a hunter? And the Buddha explained the matter with this verse. Panim hi cheva no nasa hareya panina visan nabanan visaman veti nati papana kupato. If there is no wound for him in his hand, he can carry poison. Poison does not enter without a wound. There is no wickedness for the one who does not do wrong. Offending the inoffensive. The hunter Koka blamed a monk for his failure to catch game, and he set his dogs on him, chasing him up a tree. The monk's robe fell over the hunter, and the dogs mistakenly devoured him instead. The monk worried whether his actions led to the death of the man, and the Buddha reassured him with this verse. So apaduttasanaраsadasati sadasaposasarananganasa tameva balan pacheti papan sukamo rajo pativatam vakito. One offends against the inoffensive, a purified and passionless person. That wicked deed then returns to the fool like fine dust that is thrown against the wind. The destination according to kind. Although Venerable Tissa had received alms from a jeweller for a dozen years, when a heron swallowed a gem, the jeweller accused Tissa of theft and started torturing him to get a confession. Only when the heron was killed by accident does Venerable Tissa reveal who took it, and he then passed away of his injuries. The Buddha explained the destiny of those involved with this verse. Gabameke papajanti nirayan papakamino Sagan sugatino yanti parinibbanti anasava. Some are reborn in the womb, but those who are wicked in the underworld. The righteous go to heaven, those who are pollutant free are emancipated. There is nowhere to hide from one's deeds. 3 different groups of monks who were on their way to the Buddha saw a crow die in mid-air, a woman drowned on a voyage, and themselves get buried in a cave. They asked the Buddha why it all happened, and he explained there is nowhere to escape from the results of bad actions, and spoke this verse: Na antalike na samuda majje, na papatanan vivaran pavisa, na vijjati so jagati padeso, yatatito muche papakama. Neither in the sky, nor in the ocean, nor after entering a mountain cleft, there is no place found on this earth where one is free from the results of wicked deeds. There is nowhere to hide from death. Suppabuddha the Sakyan was the Buddha's father-in-law, but was very arrogant and obstructed the Buddha when he went on alms round, which led to the Buddha predicting the time and place of his death. Suppabuddha thought he could escape his fate, but he met it anyway. The Buddha spoke this verse explaining the matter. Na antalike na samuda majje, na papatanan vivaran pavisa, na vijjati so jagati padeso, yatatitana pasaheta machu. Neither in the sky, nor in the ocean, nor after entering a mountain cleft. There is no place found on this earth in which death does not completely overcome one. Pāpawaggo Navamo, the chapter about wickedness, the 9th. Dandawaggo 10, the chapter about the stick. Comparing oneself with others. The group of 6 monks fought with and chased off the group of 17 monks and took their rooms. The Buddha laid down a rule against violence and spoke the following verse. Sabbe tasanti dandasa, sabbe bhayanti machano, atanan upaman katva, nahaneya nagataye. Everyone trembles at the stick, everyone is in fear of death. Comparing oneself with others, one should not hurt or have them hurt. Comparing oneself with others. The group of 6 monks fought with and chased off the group of 17 monks and took their rooms, which caused the latter to threaten them. The Buddha laid down a rule against threatening and spoke this verse. Sabbe tasanti dandasa, sabbe sanjivitan piyan, atanan upaman katva, nahaneya nagataye. Everyone trembles at the stick, for all of them their life is dear. Comparing oneself with others, one should not hurt or have them hurt. The desire for happiness. As the Buddha went on his alms round, he saw a group of boys who were beating a snake to ward it off. He admonished them not to hurt other beings with this verse: Sukha kamani bhutani yodandena vihimsati attano sukhamesano pechaso nalabate sukhan. One who harms with a stick beings who also desire happiness while seeking happiness himself won't find happiness after death. Sukha kamani bhutani yodandena nahimsati attano sukhamesano pechaso labate sukhan. One who harms not with a stick those who also desire happiness while seeking happiness himself will find happiness after death. Do not retaliate. Venerable Kundadana was followed around by a goddess due to his behavior in a previous existence, and the monks, thinking he was breaking his vow of chastity, incited the king to drive him out. The king believed in his innocence, though, and gave him an invitation. The monks blamed Venerable Kundadana, and he unjustly blamed them in return. The Buddha admonished him thus: Mavo chaparusan kanchi Vutta patibadeutan Dukkha hisarambakata Patidanda puseyatan. Don't say anything harsh. Spoken to, they might answer you back. Arrogant talk brings misery, and they might strike you with a stick. Sachene reziatanan kamso upahato yata esapato sinibbanan sarambo te navijjati. If you make no sound like a gong that is broken, this is like one who has attained nibbana. Contention is not to be found. Life is driven out by old age and death. The great lay supporter Visakha asked 500 women why they observed the fast day. They answered they did so because they want a husband, children, release from their husbands or heaven. The Buddha explained that despite all their suffering, most beings still only desire rebirth, and then he spoke this verse: Yata dandena gopalo gavo pacheti gocharan Evan jaracha machucha ayan pachenti paninan. Like a cowherd with stick drives cattle to pasture, so do old age and death drive life out of beings. The fool suffers through his deeds. A leading supporter of the Buddha Kassapa recognized a thief as such, and the scoundrel conceived a grudge which led him to commit many wicked deeds, including burning his fields and burning down the perfumed cottage. He went to hell and was later reborn in the world of the ghosts, where Venerable Moggallana saw him. The Buddha explained how he got there and spoke this verse: Atapapani kammani karan balo navujati sehi kammehi dumedo agidardovatapati. The fool does not yet understand the wicked deeds he is doing. The stupid one is consumed by his deeds as by a burning fire. The fruit of unjust punishment. Venerable Moggallana was murdered by brigands acting on behalf of the naked ascetics. The Buddha explained that in a past life, being swayed by his wife, he had murdered his parents, which was why he died in this way in his present life. And then he spoke these verses. Yo dandena dandesu apadartesu dusati dasanna manyatarantanan kipameva nigachati. Whoever offends with a stick those who are inoffensive and harmless will quickly fall into one of the following 10 states. Vedanan parusan janin sarirasa chabedanan garukan vapi abadan chittakepan vadpapune. Harsh feelings and loss of his wealth and the breakup of the body, or even heavy affliction, or surely he will lose his mind. Rajatova upasagan abakanan vadarunan parikayan vajnatinan boganan vapabanguran. There may be danger from the king, or slander that is terrible. He may suffer from loss of kin, or from the destruction of wealth. Atavasa agarani agidati pavako kaya sabeda dupanyo nirayan sopapajati. Also his houses may be consumed by flames and fire, and at the death of the body that foolish one will arise in the underworld. Asceticism is not enough. A householder went forth, but first had a cottage built for himself with provisions stored up, slaves and many requisites so as to live comfortably. The monks complained to the Buddha, who reproved the monk. In a tiff, the monk threw off his robe and out of spite declared he would go around half naked. The Buddha reproved him yet again with this verse. Nanakachayana jatana panka nana sakatandila rajo chajalan ukutika padanan so denti machan avitinna kankan. Not nakedness, matted hair, mud, fasting, lying on stony ground, dust, dirt, or striving while squatting can purify a mortal who has not removed uncertainty. Character is all important. The minister Santati was given a rich reward by the king, including a dancing girl, but later she died. Distressed, Santati went to the Buddha, who gave him a teaching whereby he attained Nibbana, and soon after passed away still dressed in his finery. The monks asked whether he can be considered a Brahmin or an ascetic, and the Buddha confirmed his status with this verse. Alankato che pisamanchareya Santo Danto Niyato Brahmachari Sabbe Subhute Sunidaya Dandan So Brahmano So Samano Sabiku. Even if he were to adorn himself, but is peaceful, trained, settled, spiritual, and has put aside the stick, he is a Brahmin, an ascetic, a monastic. The restrained are aware of their faults. The poor man Pilotika was ordained by Venerable Ananda, grew fat and discontented, and thought to return to the lay life. But finding his previous rags, he took them as a meditation subject and soon became an arahat. The Buddha confirmed his status to the monks and spoke these verses. Hirini sedo puriso, kochilo kasmi vijati, yo nindan apabodati, aso badro kasamiva. Whatever person in the world is restrained by conscience and is aware of his fault is like a good horse that is restrained by whip. Aso yata badro kasani vito, atapino sanvegino bhavata, sadhaya silena cha viryena cha, samadhina dhamma vinichanena cha, sampanna vijacharana patisata, pahasata dukkhamidannanapakan. Like a good horse restrained by whip, you should be ardent and intense, having faith, virtue, energy, concentration, investigation. One who has understanding and good conduct, also mindfulness, will surely abandon this not insignificant suffering. The mild straighten themselves out. The novice Sukha saw that irrigators, fletchers and carpenters mastered the objects they worked with and realized if they could master unconscious things, he could master his mind. He asked his teacher Venerable Sariputta to bring his food, and by striving alone he became an arahat. The Buddha then spoke this verse about him. Udakanhi nayanti netika, usukara namayanti tejanan, dharan namayanti tachaka, attanan damayanti sabbata. Course makers lead water, fletchers straighten arrows, carpenters straighten wood, the mild master themselves. Dandavaggo Dasamo, the chapter about the stick, the 10th. Attavaggo, 12, the chapter about the self. One should guard oneself well. Prince Bodhi invited the Buddha for the first meal in his new palace and put down cloth, thinking if the Buddha stepped on it, he would be blessed with children. The Buddha refused to walk on it and explained that Prince Bodhi would be without children because of a past life in which he failed to protect himself by keeping precepts during any of the 3 periods of his life. And he then gave the teaching in this verse. Attanan chepi anjanya rakkeyanan surakitan tinnamanya taranyaman patijaggeya pandito. If one regards the self as dear, one should guard it right well. The wise one should stay alert during one of the three periods of life. Only the wise should advise. Venerable Upananda preached well, but was a greedy monk who always took the biggest offering. One day he swindled 2 monks out of a blanket, and the Buddha explained that one should train oneself before preaching to others, and summarized his teaching with this verse: Attanan eva pataman patirupe nivesaye atanyan anusaseya nakiliseya pandito. First one should establish oneself in what is suitable, then one can advise another. The wise one should not have any defilement. Train another only when well trained oneself. Venerable Padanikatissa took 500 monks with him and went to the forest. At night he urged them 3 times to put forth effort, but he himself went to sleep. The monks, being worn out, made no progress. The Buddha spoke this verse about the elder: Attanan chetatad kaira yatanan anusasati sudanto vatadameta attahi kiradadamo. If he himself would do as he advises another, being well trained he could train another, for self is difficult to train. The self, when trained, is a true friend. A woman took ordination unaware that she was pregnant. When the child was born, King Pasenadi offered to bring him up, and he became known as Kumara Kassapa. Later he ordained and became an Arahat. He also helped his mother give up her affection for him and attain insight. The Buddha then spoke this verse: Attahi attano nato kohi nato parosya attanava sudantena natan labati dullaban. For the self is the friend of self, for what other friend would there be? When the self has been well trained, one finds a friend that is hard to find. Wickedness arises from oneself. The householder Mahakala listened to an all-night Dhamma teaching at Jetavana, but in the morning was beaten to death by people who mistook him for a thief. The Buddha explained that he had caused the unjust death of another in a previous life, and his bad deed had caught up with him, and gave the teaching in this verse: Attanava katan papan attajan attasanbhavan atimatati dumedan vajran vasmamayan manin. That wickedness done by oneself, born and arising in oneself, crushes the one who is stupid, as diamond a rock jewel. A lack of virtue is worse than an enemy. Devadatta sought to kill the Buddha and take over the running of the Sangha. The Buddha explained that he also tried to kill him in other existences, but it all worked to Devadatta's downfall. And then he spoke this verse about him: Yasa achanta dusilyam maluvasalamivotatan karoti so tatat yatanan yatanan ichati diso. The one whose exceeding lack of virtue is like a deadly creeper spread over a tree, makes himself exactly the same as an enemy wishes him to be. Good is hard to do. Devadatta caused a split in the Sangha and informed Venerable Ananda, who related it to the Buddha. The Buddha explained how easy it is to do what is wrong and summarized the teaching with this verse. Sukharaniya sadhuni attano ahitani cha yan ve hitancha sadancha tan ve paramadukkaran. Easily done are things not good, unbeneficial to oneself, but that which is beneficial is exceedingly hard to do. Reviling the noble bears unpleasant fruit. Venerable Kala was a good preacher, but sought to prevent his supporter from listening to the Buddha, thinking she would abandon him. She went to listen anyway, and he followed her, thinking to persuade the Buddha not to teach deep teachings to her. The Buddha rebuked him and spoke this verse. Yo sasanan narahatan ayanandam jivinan patiko sati dumedo ditin nisaya papikan palani kartakaseva attaganyaya palati. Whoever reviles the worthy teaching of the noble ones who live by Dhamma, that stupid one, depending on wrong views, like the bamboo when it bears fruit, brings about his own destruction. Purity and impurity come from oneself. The householder Chulakala listened to an all-night Dhamma preaching at Jetavana, but in the morning was beaten by people who mistook him for a thief. Some courtesans interceded and they let him go. This was reported to the Buddha, who gave the teaching in this verse. Attana vakatan papan, attana sankilisati, attana akatan papan, attana vavisujjati, suddhi asuddhi pachatan, jnanyo anyan visodaye. By self is a wicked deed done, by self is one defiled, by self is a wicked deed left undone, by oneself is one purified. Purity and impurity come from oneself, for no one can be purified by another. Do not neglect one's own good. When Venerable Attadatta heard the Buddha declare his intention to finally pass away in 4 months' time, rather than attend on the Buddha, he went to the forest to practice the teaching. The Buddha lauded him and said this is how one truly honors him, and spoke this verse. Attadatan paratena bahunapi nahapaye attadattana binyaya sadatta pasutosya. One should not neglect one's own good for another's, however great. Knowing what is good for oneself, one should be intent on that good. Attawaggo Dwadasamo, the chapter about the self, the 12th. Lokawaggo, 13. The chapter about the world. What not to do. Visakha's granddaughter called a young monk a cuthead, and he took offence at the insult. The Buddha first appeased him, and then gave the teaching found in this verse. Hinan Dhamman seveya Pamadena sanvase Michaditin seveya Nasyalokavardhano. One should not follow lowly things, one should not abide heedlessly, one should not follow a wrong view, one should not foster worldliness. One should live by Dhamma. The Buddha returned to his hometown, Kapilavatthu, and was received with great honour, but no one invited him for a meal. So the next day he went on alms round, which upset his father, the king, as being beneath his dignity. The Buddha explained that in the lineage of the Buddhas they always go on alms round, and then he spoke these verses. Atitena pamajjaya Dhamman sucharitan chare Dhammachari sukhan seti asmin loke param hicha. One should strive and not be heedless, live by Dhamma with good conduct. Living by Dhamma one will live at ease in this world and the next. Dhamman chare sucharitan Nanandu charitan chare Dhammachari sukhan seti asmin loke param hicha. One should live by Dhamma with good conduct and not with bad conduct. Living by Dhamma one will live at ease in this world and the next. Death does not see one who sees impermanence. 500 monks were given a subject for meditation but did not attain, so they determined to return to the Buddha. On the way they saw a mirage and then bubbles bursting, and they realized the self had the same characteristics of impermanence. The Buddha then projected an image of himself and taught them with this verse. Yata bulakan passe, yata passe marichikan, evan lokan avekantan, machuraja napasati. One should see it as a bubble, one should see it as a mirage. Looking on the world in this way, the king of death does not see one. There are no bonds for one who knows. Prince Abhaya was given a rich reward by the king, including a dancing girl, but later she died, and the prince went to the Buddha, who gave a teaching about how many times in life after life he had wept for this woman, and explained that only fools allow themselves to grieve. And then he spoke this verse. Etapasatiman lokan chitan rajaratupaman yatabala visidanti nati sango vijanatan. Come, look upon this world adorned like a king's gilded chariot, where fools become depressed. There is no bond for those who understand. The heedful shine forth. Venerable Samanjani spent all his time sweeping the monastery and never meditated. But Venerable Rewata admonished him to spend some time in meditation, which he did and became an Arahat. The Buddha confirmed to the monk his attainment, and spoke this verse. Yo chapabbe pamajitwa pachaso napamajati so iman lokan pabasiti abamuto vachandima. Whoever was heedless before, but then later is not heedless, that one shines brightly in this world, like the moon released from a cloud. Good deeds cover bad ones. Angulimala was misled into killing many hundreds of people, but later met the Buddha who converted him, and he soon became an arahat. Later he was recognized as the former killer and was stoned to death. The monks asked where he was reborn, and the Buddha explained he was not reborn at all, and spoke this verse about him. Yassa papan katan kaman kusalena pitiyati so iman lokan pabasiti abamuto vachandima. The person whose wicked deed is covered over by a good deed, that one shines brightly in this world, like the moon released from a cloud. Only a few go to heaven. A weaver's daughter heard the Buddha teach on contemplation of death and undertook the practice herself. After 3 years, the Buddha returned to her hometown and asked her 4 questions, which she sagely answered. But no one understood her answers except the Buddha. He then spoke this verse, hearing which she attained stream entry. Andabhuto ayam loko tanuketa vipassati sakunto jalamuto va aposagaya gacchati. This world is blind, few here have true insight, as few go to heaven as birds that escape from the net. The wise go out of the world. Venerable Ananda waited while 30 monks met with the Buddha, who brought them all the way to arahatship, after which they flew away. Seeing they were no longer there, Venerable Ananda asked where they had gone, and the Buddha explained they had left in the same way as the geese who they saw flying in the air at that moment. Hamsa ditchapateyanti akasayanti idya niyanti dira lokamha jetwa maran savahanan. Geese go through the path of the sky, the accomplished through firmament. The wise are led out of the world after beating Mara and his host. The liar is capable of all wrongdoing. Chincha Manavika falsely accused the Buddha of impregnating her. The guards helped reveal the lie, and Chincha fell into Avicii, the hell of relentless suffering. The Buddha explained the matter with this verse. Ekan dhammanatītassa musavadissa jantuno vitinna paralokassa nati papana karyan. For the person speaking falsely, who transgresses in this one thing, who has abandoned the next world, there is no bad thing left undone. The wise are generous. King Pasenadi gave gifts beyond compare to the Sangha with the Buddha at its head, something which happens only once in a lifetime. One of the king's ministers rejoiced, but another regretted the expenditure. The first was richly rewarded, and the second was banished from the kingdom. The Buddha then spoke this verse about the situation. Nave kadaya devalokan vajanti balahave pasan santidanan diro chadanan nanumodamano tene vasoho titsuki parata. The miserly go not to the world of the gods. Fools surely do not praise giving, but the wise one rejoices in giving, and through that he is happy hereafter. Stream entry surpasses worldly success. Anathapindika had a son who was interested in wealth, but not in listening to Dhamma. The householder therefore offered his son 1,000 pieces of money if he would go to the monastery, take the fast day duties on himself, and learn a verse from the Buddha. He did so and attained stream entry, and later refused his father's money. The Buddha explained his decision with this verse. Patavya ekarajena Sagasagamanena va Sabbalokadipachena Sotapatipalanvaran. Having sole sovereignty over the earth, or going to heaven, or lordship over the whole world, better the fruit of stream entry. Lokawaggo Teresamo. The chapter about the world, the 13th. Buddhawaggo 14. The chapter about the Buddha. The Buddha cannot be led astray. For 6 years before the awakening, Mara pursued the Bodhisattva looking for an opening, but he found none. Mara was dejected, and his daughters, finding out why, tried and failed to make the newly attained Buddha fall victim to lust. The Buddha rebuked them with these verses. Yassa jitana vajiyati jitanassa no yati kochi loke tan buddha mananta gocharan apadan kena padena nesata. He whose victory cannot be undone, whose victory no one here approaches, the Buddha, whose range is surely endless, by what path will you lead the pathless one? Yassa jalini visatika tanhanati kuhinchi netave tan buddha mananta gocharan apadan kena padena nesata. For him there is no desire, attachment, or craving that will lead him anywhere. The Buddha, whose range is surely endless, by what path will you lead the pathless one? The wise are envied by the gods. After spending his 7th rains retreat in the heaven of the 33, the Buddha descended on a staircase built by Sakka, Lord of the gods, and Venerable Sariputta praised the Buddha in his glory. The Buddha explained the matter by reciting this verse. Ye jana pasutadira nekamupasamerata deva pitezan pihayanti sambuddhanan satimatan. Those wise ones intent on meditation, who love the peace of renunciation, Even the gods are envious of them, the Sambuddhas, the ones who are mindful. The rare things. A monk in the time of Buddha Kassapa died and was reborn as a Naga. Eventually he heard that a new Buddha had arisen in the world and went and asked why he cannot attain rebirth as a human even after so long a time. This was the Buddha's reply. Kecho manusa patilabo, kechan machana jivitan, kechan saddhamma savanan, kecho buddhanamupado. It is rare to be born human, rare is the life of the mortals, it is rare to hear true Dhamma, rare the arising of Buddhas. The advisory verses. Venerable Ananda asked the Buddha to explain how the previous Buddhas had kept the fast day. He explained that although they held them after different lengths of time, the verses they recited were always the same as the following. Sabba papasa akaranan, kusalasa upasampada, sachitta payodapanan, etan buddhana sasanan. Not doing anything wicked, undertaking of what is good, purification of one's mind is the teaching of the Buddhas. Kanti paramanta potitika, nibbanan paraman vadanti Buddha, nahi pabhajito parupagati, samano hoti paran vihetiyanto. Patience is the supreme austerity. Nibbana is supreme, say the Buddhas. For one gone forth does not hurt another, nor does an ascetic harass others. Anupavado, anupagato, patimokke cha sanvaro, matanyuta cha bhattasmin, pantancha sayanasanan, adichitte cha ayogo, etan buddhana sasanan. Not finding fault and not hurting, restraint by the regulations, knowing the right measure of food, living in a remote dwelling, devotion to meditation is the teaching of the Buddhas. Money cannot bring satisfaction. One monk had gained an inheritance of 100 coins from his father and thought to return to the lay life. The Buddha pointed out that the money would not be enough to support himself and related the Mandata Jatika, which shows that no matter how much a person has, he will never be satisfied. Nakaha panavasena teti kame sudvijjati apasada dukkha kama iti vinyaya pandito apidibbesu kamesu ratinso nadigacchati tanhakkaya rato hoti samma sambuddha savako. Not through coins is satisfaction found for sense desires. The wise one, knowing pleasures have little joy, much suffering, does not delight even in heavenly pleasures. The disciple of the Buddha delights in craving's destruction. The true and secure refuge. Aggidatta was a Brahmin with many disciples, but he taught them to go for refuge to woods and mountains and the like. Venerable Moggallana impressed him with his powers and declared the Buddha even greater than himself. The Buddha taught that those who take refuge in the Triple Gem find the one true refuge. Bahanve sarananyanti pabbatani vanani cha aramarukha chaityani manusa bhayatajita. Many people shaken by fear go for refuge to woods, mountains, and to tree shrines in pleasure parks. Naitan ko saranan keman, Naitan saranamutaman, Naitan saranan agama, sabbaduka pamochati. That is not a secure refuge. That is not the refuge supreme. That is not the refuge that will liberate from all suffering. Yo cha buddhan cha dhamman cha sanghan cha saranan gato chattari arya satchani samappanyaya passati. Whoever goes for refuge to the Buddha, to the Dhamma, and to the Sangha, and who sees with right wisdom the Four Noble Truths, dukkhan dukkha samupadan, dukkhassa cha atikkaman, ayan chattangikan maggan, dukkhupasamagaminan. Suffering, arising, and the overcoming of suffering, the Eightfold Noble Path leading to the stilling of suffering. Etan ko saranan keman, Etan saramanutaman, Etan saraman agama, sabbaduka pamuchati. That is the one secure refuge. That is the one refuge supreme. That is the one refuge that will liberate from all suffering. The person of good breed. Venerable Ananda reflected that the Buddha had taught them about the provenance of well-bred elephants and steeds, but not of well-bred people, so he asked about it. And the Buddha explained the matter with this verse. Dulabo purisa janyo naso sabbata jayati yattaso jayate diro tan kulan sukhamedati. A person of good breed is rare. That one is not born everywhere. Wherever that wise one is born, that family gains happiness. Where the real good lies. The monks discuss what is the true good in the world. Some said ruling, some said love, some said food. The Buddha explained that those things are within the realm of suffering, and then he pointed out what is truly good with this verse. Sukho buddha namupado, sukha saddhamma desana, sukha sangasa samaggi, samagganantapo sukho. The arising of the Buddhas is good, the teaching of the true Dhamma is good, the harmony of the Sangha is good, and devotion to harmony is good. Worshipping the worthy has boundless merit. While the Buddha and his disciples were on walking tour, they came to the shrine of Kassapa, a previous Buddha. One Brahmin came and paid homage to the shrine, but not to the Buddha or his disciples. The Buddha lauded the Brahmin for his act of faith, but said it is even better to worship those still living who are worthy of worship. Pujarahe pujiyato buddhe adivasavake papancha samitikante, tina soka paridave, te tadise pujiato, nibbute akuto baye, nasaka punyan sankatan, imetan apikenachi. For those who worship those worthy, whether Buddhas or disciples, with impediments overcome, free of grief and lamentation, for those who worship such as these, the emancipated, fearless, none can measure their vast merit, saying, it is as much as this. Buddha Waggo Chuddasamo. The chapter about the Buddha, the 14th. Sukawaggo 15. The chapter about happiness. Living happily without pollutants. The Sakyans and the Kolians were kindred tribes who nearly fell into a war over short water supplies. The Buddha, in order to prevent bloodshed, went to them and gave them this teaching, following which they relented. Susukan vata jivama, verinesu averino, verinesu manusesu, viharama verino. Let us live on without hatred, amongst those who do have hatred, amongst humans who have hatred, let us now live without hatred. Susukan vata jivama, aturesu anatura, aturesu manusesu, viharama anatara. Let us live on without sickness, amongst those who do have sickness, amongst humans who have sickness, let us now live without sickness. Susukan vata jivama, usukesu anusaka, usukesu manusesu, viharama anusaka. Let us live on without longing, amongst those who do have longing, amongst humans who have longing, let us now live without longing. Living like the gods. One festival day the Buddha went to the village for alms, but due to Mara taking possession of the people in the village, he received nothing. Mara then taunted the Buddha, who rebuked him with this verse. Susukan vata jivama, yesanno nati kinchanan, piti bhakka bhavisama, deva abhasarayata. We can live happily enough, having no possessions ourselves. We will feed on joy, like the gods of streaming light. The king of Kosala is defeated 3 times by his nephew Ajatasattu, the king of Magadha, and took to his bed in sorrow and despair. When the Buddha heard about it, he gave this teaching. Jayan Vairan Pasavati, Dukkan Seti Parajito, Upasanto Sukhan Seti, Hitwa Jaya Parajayan. The victor generates hatred, the defeated one finds suffering, the one at peace lives happily without victory or defeat. The happiness of peace. The Buddha and the monastics were invited to a wedding, and the bride served them with all due attention. The groom, however, was overcome with lust and could pay no attention to his duties. the Buddha spoke this verse to him. Nati raga samo agi, nati dosa samo kali, nati kanda samaduka, nati santi paran sukan. There is no bonfire like passion, there is no offense like hatred, there is no suffering like the components of mind and body, no happiness other than peace. The greatest good. The Buddha saw that a poor man was ready to attain stream entry and went with the monastics to give him teachings. The man, however, spent the whole morning seeking his lost ox. The Buddha ordered that the tired man be fed first, and only later did he teach him. Afterwards he spoke this verse to the monastics. Jigacha paramaroga, sankara paramaduka, etanyatva yata bhutan, Nibbanan paraman sukhan. Hunger is the supreme sickness, conditions the supreme suffering. Knowing this as it really is, know Nibbana as the supreme good. The greatest things. King Pasenadi was always overeating and suffering for it. So the Buddha had the king's nephew learn and recite a verse which reminded the king to be moderate. Later the king told the Buddha he was cured, and the Buddha recited the following verse. Arogya paramalabha, santuti paramandanan, visasa paramanyati, Nibbanan paraman sukhan. Health is the supreme gain, content the supreme wealth, faith is supreme kin, Nibbana supreme good. The taste of solitude. When Venerable Tissa heard the Buddha declare his intention to finally pass away in 4 months' time, rather than attend on the Buddha, he went to the forest to practice the teaching. The Buddha lauded him and said this is how one truly honors him, and spoke this verse. Paviveka rasan pitva, rasan upasamasacha, niddharo hoti nippapo, Dhamma piti rasan pivan. Savouring the taste of solitude and savouring the taste of peace, he is fearless, faultless, savouring the joyful taste of the Dhamma. Seeing noble ones. When the Buddha lay ill, Sakka, Lord of the Guards, came to minister to him. The monks wondered why, and the Buddha explained how he had previously answered Sakka's questions, who thereby became a stream enterer. The Buddha summarized Sakka's affection with these verses. Sahudassanamayanan, sannivaso sadasukho, Adassanena balanan, Nityameva sukhi siya. Meeting the noble ones is good, and living together is pleasant. Through not meeting foolish people, one will constantly be happy. Balasanghatacharihi, Digamadana sochati, Dukho balehi samvaso, Amite neva sabpada, Dirocha sukha sanvaso, Nyatinan vasamagamo. For he who consorts with fools grieves for a long time. Dwelling with fools is always suffering, as it is with enemies. The wise one dwells happily, as with his kin. Tasmahi dhirancha panyancha bahusutancha doraya silan vatavantamayan tantadisan sapurisan sumedan bhajetanakatapatan vachandima. Therefore, the firm, the wise, and the learned, the virtuous, dutiful, and noble, keep company with such a true person as the moon accompanies the stars. Sukawaggo Panarasamo. The chapter about happiness, the 15th. Piyawaggo 16. The chapter about love. Hold nothing as loved. In quick succession a son, his father and mother all retired from the world and became monastics. But even after ordination they were inseparable. The Buddha told them this was not suitable for monastics and admonished them with this verse. Ayoge yanjamatanan yogasmin cha ayojanan atan hitva piyagahi pihetatanu. Engaging in what is not suitable, not engaging in what is suitable, abandoning the good, grasping the loved, that one envies the one who endeavors. Ma piyehi samaganchi, apiyehi kudachanan, piyanan adasanandukan, apiyanan chadasanan. Do not associate at any time with those who are loved or with those not loved. There is suffering not meeting those loved, and suffering from meeting those not loved. Tasma piyan kairata piyapayo hipapako ganta tezan vijanti yezanati piyapayan. Therefore do not hold anything as loved, for losing those who are loved is loathsome. There are no knots or attachments for those who hold nothing as loved or as not loved. When free from loving, there is no fear. A layman greatly grieved over the loss of his son. The Buddha went to him and explained that the wise of old, understanding the nature of things, did not grieve. And then he spoke this verse. Piyato jayati soko, piyato jayati bayan, piyato vipamutasa, nati soko kuto bayan. From loving there arises grief, from loving there arises fear. For one who is free from loving, there is no grief. How is there fear? When free from fondness, there is no fear. The lay supporter Visakha lost her granddaughter and was given over to grief. She went to the Buddha, who explained that everyone must die, and that if she had many relatives, there would be no end of occasions for grief, and advised her further with this verse. Pemato jayati soko, Pemato jayati bayan, Pemato vipamutasa, Nati soko kuto bayan. From fondness there arises grief, from fondness there arises fear. For one who is free from fondness, there is no grief. How is there fear? When free from delight, there is no fear. As the Buddha and the monks went for alms in Vaisali, they saw the Lichavi princes dressed like gods going out with a courtesan. Later they fought over her, and many were killed and wounded. And the Buddha explained the matter to the monks with this verse. Ratya jayati soko, Ratya jayati bayan, Ratya vipamutasa, Nati soko kuto bayan. From delight there arises grief, from delight there arises fear. For one who is free from delight, there is no grief. How is there fear? When free from desire, there is no fear. A rich man's son, a Nittiganda, had an image of a beautiful woman made from red gold, and said he would only marry a woman its match. A young woman was found who surpassed the image, but she died on the way to meet him, sending the young man into grief. The Buddha explained why he is grieving with this verse. Kamato jayati soko, Kamato jayati bayan, Kamato vipamutasa, Nati soko kuto bayan. From desire there arises grief, from desire there arises fear. For one who is free from desire, there is no grief. How is there fear? When free from craving, there is no fear. A Brahmin farmer, wishing for his fields to prosper, decided to make the Buddha his partner. Just before the crop was brought in, floods washed it all away, and the farmer was inconsolable. The Buddha explained the origin of the farmer's sorrow. Tanhaya jayati soko, Tanhaya jayati bayan, Tanhaya vipamutasa, Nati soko kuto bayan. From craving there arises grief, from craving there arises fear. For one who is free from craving, there is no grief. How is there fear? The one who does what is necessary. 50 youths were going out of Rajagaha carrying baskets of cakes, but did not think to offer any to the Buddha and the monks until they saw Venerable Mahakassapa, and then they offered him the cakes. The Buddha spoke this verse about Venerable Mahakassapa. Sila dasana sampannan, dhammatan satcha vedinan, attano kammakubbanan, tanjano kurute piyan. Endowed with virtue and insight, principled and knowing the truths, doing the deeds that are his own, that one the people truly love. The one who has gone upstream. A monk attained the 3rd stage of awakening, but when questioned by his fellow monks, didn't mention it, as he first wanted to attain arahatship. In the meantime he passed away and was reborn in the Pure Lands. His fellow monks lamented, thinking he had fallen short, but the Buddha explained his attainment with this verse: Chandajato anakate manasacha putosya kamesu cha apatibadda chitta udanso totivuchati. The one with desire for the undeclared will be suffused with the awakening mind. With a mind unconnected with pleasures, he is spoken of as one gone upstream. One's merits will follow one to the next life. The faithful householder Nandiya at Isipatana erected a building for the monastics, and as he poured the water of donation, a celestial mansion arose for him in the world of the 33 gods. Venerable Moggallana saw it and asked the Buddha about it, who explained the matter with this verse: Chirapavasin Purisan Durato Satimagatan Nyatimitta Suhajjacha Abhinandantiagatan. When one who lives abroad for a long time comes safely from afar, relatives and companions come and greatly rejoice. Tateva kata punyanpi asmaloka parangatan punyani patiganhanti piyanyati agatan. Just so, when one who has merit goes from this world unto the next, his merits are received just as relatives come to their loved one. Piyawaggo Solasamo, the chapter about love, the 16th. Kodawaggo 17, the chapter about anger. One who has nothing has no suffering either. Venerable Anuruddha had a sister named Rohini, but when he returned to his family, she didn't come and serve him as she had a skin disease. The elder advised her to build a residence for the monks, and after she did that, her skin eruption subsided. The Buddha explained the past misdeed which caused her illness, and then spoke this verse: Kodanjahe vipajahe amanan sanyojanan sabamatikkameya tannamarupasmina sajjamanan akinchananupatanti dukkha. One should abandon all anger, one should abandon all conceit, one should overcome the fetter without clinging to mind and form. Sufferings never do befall the one having no possessions. One should rein in anger. Against the pleas of a tree spirit, a monk cut down a tree, thereby injuring her child at the same time. The tree spirit at first thought to kill him, but restrained her anger and reported the matter to the Buddha instead, who spoke this verse and gave her a new tree to live in, and laid down a rule that monks should not injure trees and plants. Yove uppatitan kodan ratan bantan vadariye tamahan saratin brumi rasmikaho itarojano. Whoever should hold back anger, just like a swerving chariot, that one is a charioteer. Other people just rein holders. Overcoming defilements with their opposites. Uttara hired a courtesan to look after her husband's needs, while she served the Buddha and his monks. The courtesan fell into a jealous rage and tried to burn Uttara with boiling ghee, but the power of her loving kindness prevented it from burning. The Buddha praised her actions with this verse: Akodena jine kodan, asadan saduna jine, jine kadayan ganena, Sajjena likavadinan. Through kindness one should overcome anger, through goodness overcome lack of goodness. Through gifts one should overcome stinginess, through truth one should overcome lying speech. The way to the gods. Venerable Moggallana one day visited heaven, and seeing celestial spirits in the mansions, asked them how they got there. One replied she had spoken the truth, another had restrained her anger, and others had given but trifling gifts. The Buddha then spoke this verse in explanation. Satchan banena kujjaya dajapasmin piyachito Ete hitanehi gache devana santike. One should speak out the truth. One should not get angry. When requested, then give, if only a little. Through these three conditions, one can go to the gods. Sages go to Nibbana. A Brahmin and his wife at Saketa always addressed the Buddha as their son. The monks asked the Buddha why, and he explained that they were his parents in 1500 previous existences. At the end of one rains retreat, the couple attained Nibbana together, and the Buddha spoke this verse. Ahinsakaye muniyo nichan kayena samvata teyanti achutantanan yatagantwana sochare. Those sages without violence, constantly restrained in body, go to the deathless Nibbana. Having gone there, they do not grieve. The wakeful overcome the pollutants. Punya was a slave girl who was given work that lasted into the night, at which time she saw the monks being guided to their quarters by Venerable Dabbamalla. When she met the Buddha the next day and offered him a cake, he explained with this verse why the monks were awake. Sada jagaramananan ahoratanusikinan nibbanan adimuttanan atan gacchanti asava. For those who are always wakeful, who train both by day and by night, who are intent on Nibbana, the pollutants are laid to rest. Those who are blamed. The lay disciple Atula went with his entourage to see Venerable Rewata, who did not speak, Venerable Sariputta, who spoke at length, and Venerable Ananda, who spoke moderately. But he was upset with them all. Finally, he went to the Buddha, who explained the matter thus. Puranametan atula Netan adjatananiva Nindanti tanhimasinan Nindanti bahubaninan Mitabanim pinindanti Nati loke anindito. This is something of old, Attila. It is not something of today. They blame the one who sits silent. They blame the one who talks a lot, and one who talks moderately. There is no one who is not blamed. Nachahu nacha bhavisati, nachetarahi vijjati, ekantan nindito poso, ekantan vapasamsito. There was not and there will not be, and at present there is not found, someone totally blameworthy, or one totally praiseworthy. Yanche vinyu pasansanti anuvicha suve suve achidda wuttin medavin panyasila samahitan nekkan jambona daseva kotan nindatamahati deva pitnan pasansanti Brahmuna pipasansito. The one who, being examined day by day, is praised by the wise, faultless in conduct, sagacious, endowed with virtue and wisdom, one who is like a golden coin, who is there worthy to blame him? That one is praised by the gods, and has been praised by the Brahmas too. One should be restrained. The group of 6 monks, whose unrestrained behavior was the occasion for the Buddha laying down many of the Vinaya rules, put on clogs and clattered around on a rock. The Buddha advised them with these verses. Kaya pakopan rakkeya Kayena samvatosya Kaya ducharitan hitva Kayena sucharitan chare. One should guard one's bodily anger. One should be restrained bodily. Abandoning wrong bodily conduct, one should have good bodily conduct. Vachipakopan rakkeya Vachaya samvatosya Vachi ducharitan hitva Vachaya sucharitan chare. One should guard one's verbal anger. One should be restrained verbally. Abandoning wrong verbal conduct, one should have good verbal conduct. Manopakopan rakkeya Manasa samvatosya Mano ducharitan hitva Manasa sucharitan chare. One should guard one's mental anger. One should be restrained mentally. Abandoning wrong mental conduct, one should have good mental conduct. Kayena samvatadira ato vachaya samvata manasa samvatadira teve suparisanvata. The wise are restrained bodily. The wise are restrained verbally. The wise are restrained mentally. The wise are indeed well restrained. Kodawaggo Sattarasamo, the chapter about anger, the 17th. Malawaggo 18, the chapter about stains. take provisions on the journey. An old man had never done any works of merit, so his sons sent for him and made offerings to the Buddha and the Sangha in his name on 2 successive days. On the first, the Buddha advised him with the first 2 verses, and on the second, with the last 2. Pandupalaso Vadanisi Yamapurisa Pichatandupattita Uyogamukhe Chatitasi Pateyam Pichate Navijati. You are now like a withered leaf. Yama's men stand waiting for you. You stand at decay's door with no provisions for the journey found. So karohi deepamatano kipan vayama pandito bhava nidantamalo anangano Dibban Arya Bhumine Hisi. One should make an island oneself. Soon the wise one should endeavor. Removing the stain blemishless, you will go to the noble realm. Upanita Vayochadanisi Sampayato Siyamasa Santike Vaso Pichate Natyantara Pateyam Pichate Navijati. You are now quite advanced in age. You have come to Yama's presence. There is nowhere to dwell, with no provisions for the journey found. So karoi deepamatano Kipan vayama pandito bhava nidantamalo anangano napunan jati jaranupehisi. One should make an island oneself. Soon the wise one should endeavor. Removing the stain blemishless, you will not come to birth again. The gradual purification. A Brahmin saw the monks waiting to go for alms, and each day improved the conditions where they gathered, until eventually he built a hall for them, and invited the Buddha and the monks for a meal. When the Buddha heard of his endeavors, he spoke this verse: Anupabbena medavi Toka tokan kane kane Kamaro rajatas seva Nidame malamatano. The sagacious person gradually, little by little, moment by moment, should surely remove the stain from himself, like a smith removes the stain from silver. One's own deeds lead one on. A monk was so attached to his robes that when he died, he was reborn as a louse in them. The monks went to divide his things, but the Buddha asked them to wait. After the monk was reborn again, the Buddha told the monks to divide the robes, explained what had happened, and spoke this verse: Ayasava malan samutitan tadutaya tameva kadati evan atidona charinan sakakamani nayanti dugatin. As a rust stain arises from iron, and arisen then eats itself away, so with one who is overindulgent, his deeds lead him to a bad destiny. What brings about ruination? Venerable Laludai was jealous of the chief disciples and declared himself also a Dhamma teacher, but when asked, He didn't know even one verse. When the Buddha found out, he related a previous life story in which Lalu Dai also promoted himself unjustly, and then he spoke this verse. Asajjaya malamanta anuttana malagara malan vanasako sajjan pamado rakato malan. Lack of repetition is the ruin of chance. A lack of maintenance is the ruin of homes. Indolence is the ruin of one's appearance. Heedlessness is the ruin of the one on guard. The greatest stain. A youth got married, but his wife was given to adultery and put the young man to shame. When he met the Buddha, the latter reminded him that in a previous existence also he was betrayed by his wife. And then he taught him with this verse. Malitya ducharitan macheran dadato malan malave papaka dhamma asmin loke paramhicha. Bad conduct is a woman's stain, stinginess is a giver's stain. Wicked actions are indeed stains, both in this world and in the next. Tato mala malataran, avidya paraman malan, etan malan pahatwana, nimmalaho tabikavo. A stain that is worse than that stain. Ignorance is the supreme stain. After abandoning that stain, be without stain, O monastics. Life is hard when seeking purity. Venerable Chulasari gave medical treatment to others in exchange for a portion of food, which is against the right ways of earning his livelihood as laid down by the Buddha. When the Buddha heard of his behavior, he gave the teaching in these verses. Sujivan ahirikena kakasurena damsina pakandina pagabena sankilitena jivitan. Life is light for one without shame, with the bold courage of a crow, living a life with backbiting recklessness and with defilements. Hirimata chadu jivan nechan suchigavesina alinena pagabena sada jivena pasata. Life is hard when endowed with shame, for the one seeking purity, for one sincere and not reckless, looking for purity of life. The result of not keeping the precepts. Some laymen were arguing as to which of the precepts is the hardest to keep. The Buddha told them they are all hard to keep, and explained the matter further with these verses. Yo panamati pateti musavadan chabasati loke adinan adiyati paradaran chagachati surameria panancha yo naro anuyanjati ideva me solo kasmin mulan kanati attano. The one who kills living beings and speaks a word that is not true, who takes what is not given here, and who goes to another's wife, That person who is devoted to a drink of liquor, beer and wine digs up his own root in the world. Evan bo purisajanahi papadamma sanyata matan lobo adammocha chirandukaya randayan. No, it is thus, dear sir, a lack of restraint is a bad thing. Let not greed and corruption oppress you with suffering for a long time. How to attain concentration. The novice Tissa was always finding fault with the almsgiving of Anathapindika, Visakha, and other faithful disciples, and boasted his family gave better alms than they did. The monks found out he was the son of a lowly gatekeeper. The Buddha showed the monks how he tried to fool people in a previous life too, and taught them with this verse. Dadati ve yata saddan yata pasadananjano tattayo mankubhavati paresan panabhojane naso divavaratinva samadhin adigachati. The people give according to faith, according to their confidence. The one who becomes dejected because of others' food and drink, he does not by day or by night attain to good concentration. Yassa chetan samuchinnan mulagachan samuhatan Save divavaratinva samadhin adigachati. For the one in whom dejection is cut off, destroyed at the root, dug up, he does by day and night attain to good concentration. The great defilements. While the Buddha was preaching the Dhamma, one lay follower fell asleep, another scratched the earth, one shook a tree, another looked at the sky, and only one listened attentively. The Buddha explained they were a snake, an earthworm, a monkey, an astrologer, and a student of the Vedas in their previous births, and behaved accordingly now. And then he spoke this verse. Nati raga samo agi, nati dosa samo gaho, nati moha samanjalan, nati tanha samanadi. There's no fire that is like passion, nothing that takes hold like hatred, there is no snare like delusion, and there is no flood like craving. Seeing one's own faults. The merchant Mendika wanted to see the Buddha when he was passing through, but the outside ascetics tried to persuade him not to by telling him falsely that he teaches there is no result of actions. Mendika went anyway, and the Buddha taught him with this verse. Sudasan vajjamanyesan Atano panadudasan paresan hi sovajani o punati atapusan atano panachadeti kalinva kitava sato. Easy to see are others' faults, but one's own fault is hard to see. For one sifts other people's faults like chaff, but conceals one's own faults, like a cheat conceals his defeat. The fate of a fault finder. Venerable Ujjana Sanyi was always finding fault with the others, so the monks asked the Buddha about it. He remarked that one who is scrupulous is doing well, but one who enjoys finding fault makes no progress, and he taught them with this verse. Paravajjanupasissa nechan ujjana sannino asavatas vadanti araso asavakaya. One who looks for another's faults, who is an abject complainer, for him the pollutants increase, he is far from their destruction. The Buddhas are free from disturbance. Because of past deeds, the wanderer Subhadda did not go to meet the Buddha until the latter was on his deathbed. Venerable Ananda wanted to stop him, but the Buddha allowed him to approach, and he asked 3 questions, the verses here being the reply. Subhadda was the last person ordained while the Buddha yet lived, and he soon became an arahat. Akaseva padannati samano nati bahire papancha birata paja nipapancha tathagata. There is no footprint in the sky, no ascetic on the outside. Folk delight in impediments, the realized are free of them. Akaseva padannati samano nati bahire sankara sasatanati nati buddhana minjitan. There is no footprint in the sky, no ascetic on the outside. There are no constant conditions, no disturbance for the Buddhas. Malawaggo Attarasamo, the chapter about stains, the 18th. Dhamma Tawaggo, 19. The chapter about one who stands by Dhamma. The one who judges by Dhamma. After their alms round, the monks noticed that judges were accepting bribes and depriving people of their property. They reported this to the Buddha, who spoke this verse, advising on who is a real judge. Natena hoti dhammato yena tan sahasanaye yo cha atan anatan cha ubo nichaya pandito. One who would hastily settle a case is thereby not one who stands by Dhamma. The wise one should discriminate the two, what is the case and what is not the case. Asahasena dhammena samena nayati pare dhammasagutto medavi dhammatoti pavuchati. The one who settles for other people without haste, justly and impartially, the sagacious one protecting Dhamma, is said to be one who stands by Dhamma. The truly wise person. The group of 6 monks who were notorious for their bad behavior went round the monasteries creating havoc and boasting about themselves in the refectories. When this matter was reported to the Buddha, he gave the teaching in this verse. Natena pandito hoti yavata bahubasati kemi averi abayo panditoti pavuchati. One is not a wise person merely because of speaking much. Being safe, hatred-free, fearless, one is then called a wise person. One who truly bears the Dhamma. Venerable Ekudana knew but one verse, which he recited on the fast day, and all the deities applauded. When two learned monks with their followings came by, they recited the Tipitaka, but received no applause. The Buddha explained that a monastic who knows one verse and practiced accordingly is better than someone who knows the words but practices not. Natavata Dhammadaro Yavata Bahubasati Yocha Apan Pisatwana Dhamman Kayena Pasati Save Dhammadaro Hoti Yo Dhammanapamajjati. One is not a Dhamma bearer merely through speaking much, but the one who, having heard a little, sees Dhamma for himself, is one who bears Dhamma, the one who is not heedless regarding Dhamma. The true elder. The young-looking dwarf, Venerable Lakuntaka Bhattaya, one day went to attend to the duties for the Buddha. As he was leaving, some 30 monks arrived, and the Buddha asked them if they saw an elder on the way. They replied they only saw a young novice. Then the Buddha gave this teaching. Nate nate rohoti yena sapalitan siro paripakko vayotasa mogajino tivuchati. One is not an elder because one's head has grey hair, for the one who is only matured, aged, is said to be grown old in vain. Yamisachan chadamocha ahimsa sanyamodamo savevantamalodiro tero iti pavuchati. In whom is truth, Dhamma, restraint, non-violence and good training. The wise one who throws out the stain is truly one called an elder. The person to be honoured. Some learned monks, jealous of other monks having disciples who carried out their duties for them, went to the Buddha and asked for others to be forbidden to teach until they had undertaken training under their tutelage. The Buddha understood their intentions and taught them with this verse. Navakarina matena Vanapakaratayava Sadhurupo Narohoti Isuki Machari Sato Yasachaitan Samuchinan Mulagachan Samuhatan Savantadoso Medavi Sadhurupo Tivuchati. Not by eloquence only, or by a beautiful complexion, is a person honourable, if jealous, selfish, deceitful. The one in whom this is cut off, destroyed at the root and dug up, the sage who has thrown out hatred, is said to be honourable. The true ascetic. Venerable Hataka defeated his opponents by lying about the time of the debate, making them late and telling the people that they dare not face him. When the Buddha heard what he was doing, he gave the teaching in these verses. Namanda kena samano abbato alikan banan, ichalo basamapanno, samano kin bhavisati. Not through a shaven head is one an ascetic, if one lacks vows, speaks lies, and has greed and desire. How will one be an ascetic? Yo chesameti papani anantulani sabbaso samittatahi papanan samanoti pavuchati. The one who quenches wicked deeds, small and great in every way, the one who has quenched wicked deeds is said to be an ascetic. The true monastic. A Brahmin who ordained in an outside order collected his alms food through begging. Later he went to the Buddha and asked to be addressed as a bhikkhu, like the Buddha's own disciples. But the Buddha explained with these verses that it is not the form that counts, but the cleansing of the mind. Natena bhikkhu hoti yavata bhikkhate pare visandamman samadaya bhikkhu hoti natavata. One is not a monastic merely through eating others' alms food. The one who undertakes a false Dhamma to that extent is not a monastic. Yoda punyancha papancha bahetva brahmacharyava sankaya loke chariti sache bhikkhu tivuchati. If he is one who lives the holy life, warding off both merit and demerit, and wanders round with discrimination, that one is said to be a monastic. The true sage. The Buddha gave an allowance for the monastics to give thanks after the meal they had received. The sectarians complained that the monastics talk too much while they keep silence. The Buddha explained who is a true seer with these verses. Namo nena muni hoti mula rupo avidasu yo chatulan vapagaya varanadaya pandito. Not through silence is a poor fool considered to be a seer. The wise one, like one holding the balance, takes up what is noble. Papani parivajjeti samuni tena so muni yo munati uboloke muni tena pavuchati. The seer who rejects wicked deeds, through that is considered a seer. Whoever understands both worlds, because of that is called a seer. The true noble one. A fisherman named Noble was going about his business one day when the Buddha and the monks walked by. The Buddha asked him his name, and on reply told him that only one who does not hurt other beings should be called noble. Natena aryo hoti yena panani himsati ahimsa sabbapananan aryoti pavuchati. Through not hurting breathing beings one is noble. The one who does not hurt any breathing beings is truly said to be noble. How to attain full confidence. Some monks who had attained various stages of the holy life approached the Buddha, declaring they could become arahats at any moment and have that confidence. The Buddha encouraged them to keep striving to the end with this verse. Nasila bhatamatena bahusachena vapana atava samadhilabena vivittasayanena va pusami nekam sukhan aputu janasevitan bhikkhuvisa sasamapadi apato asavakayan. Not merely through virtue or vows, or through great learning, or through the attainment of concentration, or through a secluded dwelling, do I attain the happiness not practiced by worldly people. A monk who has not attained the destruction of the pollutants does not attain full confidence. Dhammattavaggo ekuna visatimo. The chapter about the one who stands by Dhamma, the 19th. Maggavaggo 20. The chapter about the path, the confounding of Mara. 500 monks were discussing the many paths they had trod while on walking tour when the Buddha asked them their topic of discussion. On finding out, he advised them with these verses not to worry about those paths, but to follow the best of paths. Magganatangiko serto Sachanan chaturopada Virago serto Dhammanan Dipadanan chachakuma. The Eightfold is the best of paths, four principles the best of truths, passionlessness the best of states, the visionary the best of men. Esova maggo natanyo dasanasa visadya etan hitam he patipajata maras etan pamohanan. This the path, there is no other, for insight and for purity. You should enter upon this path for the confounding of Mara. Etan hitam he patipanna dukkha santan karisata akato ve maya maggo anyaya salasantanan. Having entered upon this path, you make an end to suffering. The path was declared by me, the removal of darts by knowledge. Tam he kichanatapan akataro tathagata patipanna pamukkanti jayino marabandana. Your duty is to have ardor, declare the realized ones. On this path, meditators will be released from the bonds of Mara. The first path to purity. 500 monks strove hard, but were unable to attain arahatship, so they approached the Buddha for further teaching. Seeing into their past lives, and knowing they had previously meditated on impermanence, the Buddha gave them this teaching, after hearing which they became arahats. Sabbe sankhara anicchati yada panyaya passati atanipindati dukkhe esamaggo visuddhya. All conditions are impermanent. When one sees this with deep wisdom, then one grows tired of suffering. This is the path to purity. The second path to purity. 500 monks strove hard, but were unable to attain arahatship, so they approached the Buddha for further teaching. Seeing into their past lives and knowing that they had previously meditated on suffering, the Buddha gave them this teaching, after hearing which they became arahats. Sabbe sankhara dukkati yada panyaya passati atanibbindati dukke samaggo visuddhya. All conditions are suffering. When one sees this with deep wisdom, then one grows tired of suffering. This is the path to purity. The third path to purity. 500 monks strove hard, but were unable to attain arahatship, so they approached the Buddha for further teaching. Seeing into their past lives and knowing they had previously meditated on lack of self, the Buddha gave them this teaching, after hearing which they became arahats. Sabbe Dhamma anattati yada panyaya passati atanibbindati dukke samaggo visuddhya. All components are without self. When one sees this with deep wisdom, then one grows tired of suffering. This is the path to purity. The lazy do not find wisdom. 500 monks were given a meditation subject and went to the forest to practice, but one of them dropped out straight away. Later the diligent monks became arahats and were invited to a meal. The lazy monk fell during the night and broke his thigh, and the others missed their meal. The Buddha explained they were delayed in a previous life by the same person, and then spoke this verse. Ortana kalami anuttahano yuva bali alasianupeto sansanna sankappa mano kusito Panyaya Maganalasona Vindati. The one who has not timely energy, youthful, strong, but given to laziness, lacking right intention and indolent, the lazy one does not find wisdom's path. Undertaking the seer's path. Venerable Moggallana saw a ghost with a pig's head and reported it to the Buddha, who explained that in a previous life he was someone who broke up a sincere friendship, and after arising in Avicii, the hell of relentless suffering, was later reborn as a ghost with a pig's head because of his misdeed. And then the Buddha spoke this verse. Vajanuraki manasa susamwato kaina cha kusalana kaira ete tayo kammapate visodiyi aradaye magganisipaveditan. Verbally guarded, well restrained in mind, not doing a wrong thing with the body, one should purify 3 paths of action and undertake the path shown by seers. From effort arises wisdom. Venerable Potila had been a reciter of the Tipitaka under all 7 Buddhas, but had never truly put the teaching into practice. So the Buddha started calling him Empty Potila. Taking the hint, he went far away to practice meditation, and later the Buddha appeared to him and spoke this verse to encourage him. Yoga vejayati bhuri, ayoga bhuri sankayo, etan dveda patanyatva, bhavaya vibhavaya cha, tatatanan niveseya, yata bhuri pavaddati. From effort arises wisdom. Without effort, wisdom is lost. Having understood these two paths of development and decline, one should then establish oneself so that one's wisdom increases. Cut down the forest of desire. Some laymen heard the Buddha teaching and ordained in old age, but even after ordaining, they still visited their families for meals. When a former wife of one of them died, they fell into deep lamentation. The Buddha explained they did that also in previous lives as crows, and gave the monks this teaching. Vanan chindata marukan, vanato jayati bayan, chetva vanancha vanatancha, nibbanaho tabikavo. Cut down the forest and not just a tree. From the forest arises a danger. Having cut down the forest and thicket, you should be without forest monastics. Yavahi vanato nichijati, anumatto pinarasanarisu, patibaddhamano vatavaso, vacho kirapako vamatari. For as long as an atom of desire of a man for woman is not cut down, for just so long as his mind in bondage, like a calf in bondage to mother's milk. Cut off affection for the self. Venerable Sariputta's young disciple made no progress with his meditation subject, so he took him to the Buddha, who, understanding his inclinations, gave him a different subject, to look upon a lotus flower, which soon disintegrated, giving the young monk insight into impermanence. The Buddha then appeared and gave this instruction. Uchindasine amatano, kumudan saradikan vapanina, santimagameva bruhaya, nibbanan sugatena desitan. Cut off any affection for oneself, like an autumn lotus plucked with the hand. Develop fully the path to peace and nibbana taught by the Fortunate One. A fool knows not the danger. The merchant Mahadana arrived at Savatthi to sell his goods, and thought he will stay there all year round. The Buddha, however, saw that the merchant would die in 7 days, and sent Venerable Ananda to warn him. The merchant then gave meals to the Buddha and the Sangha, and on hearing the teaching in this verse, attained stream entry before dying. Ida vasan vasisami, ida hemanta gimhisu, iti balo vicenteti, Antarayan Bhujati. Here I will dwell during the rains, here during winter and summer. In just such a way a fool thinks, not understanding the danger. attachment to cattle and children. Kisar Gautami's child died, but she did not believe it and went round trying to find a cure. Someone sent her to the Buddha, who asked her to bring mustard seeds from a house that had never seen death. She was unable to, of course, and realized death is pervasive. The Buddha then taught her with this verse, and she became a stream enterer. Tan putta pasusamatan biasata manasanaran Satangaman mahogova machuadaya gachati. That person whose mind is attached, besotted by cattle and children, is snatched away by death, just as a sleeping village by a flood. Clear the path to Nibbana. After losing all her relatives in various disasters, Patachara also lost her mind. Eventually she wandered into the presence of the Buddha, who gave the teaching in this verse, at which point she became a stream enterer. Nasanti puttatanaya, napita napibandava, Antakena dipanasa nati nati zutanata. Children are not a true refuge, nor fathers and not kin. For one overcome by the end maker, there's no refuge in relatives. Etan attavasanyatva pandito sila sanvuto Nibbana gamanan maggan kipameva visodiye. Understanding the truth of this, the wise one endowed with virtue should quickly purify the path that is leading to Nibbana. Maggawaggo Visatimo, the chapter about the path, the 20th. Pakinikawaggo 21, the miscellaneous chapter. Renouncing a small good for the greater. The Bodhisattva's son in a previous life met some Pacceka Buddhas, attained awakening, and later died. When his father found out, he honored his grave. Through the power of that merit, when in this life he became the Buddha, he received similar great honors. He taught the monastics with this verse: Mata sukha parichaga passe che vipulan sukhan chaje mata sukhandiro sanpasan vipulan sukhan. If by renouncing a small good he might see a good that is large, the wise should renounce that small good, seeing the good that is larger. No happiness through hatred. A young girl stole a hen's eggs, and the hen, when reborn, killed the girl's offspring. Through their hateful connection, they were reborn together and destroyed each other's children in 500 existences. When the Buddha met them, he taught them with this verse, and their hatreds were appeased. Paradokku padanena attano sukamichati Vairasansagga sansarto vairaso naparimuchati. One who desires happiness for oneself by causing suffering for another, being associated thus with hatred, is not fully released from that hatred. What is to be done? The monks of Badia were very keen on decorating their shoes and wearing shoes of many different and fancy kinds. When the monks reported this matter to the Buddha, he laid down rules about footwear and then taught them with these verses. Yan hikichan tadapavidan akichan panakairati unalanan pamatanan tezan vadantiyasava. That to be done is rejected, what is not to be done is done. For the insolent, the heedless, their pollutants only increase. Yezancha susamarada nichan kaya gata sati akichan te nasevanti kiche satachakarino satanan sampajananan atan gachanti asava. But those who always properly undertake body mindfulness don't practice what's not to be done, persisting in what's to be done. For the mindful, fully aware, the pollutants are laid to rest. The true Brahmin. When Venerable Lakuntika Bhatia was passing by, the Buddha spoke a cryptic saying to the effect that this monk had killed both mother and father. The monks were astonished, but the Buddha was speaking metaphorically. Mataran pitaran hantva rajano dve chakatiye ratan sanucharan hantva anigo yati brahmano. Destroying mother and father and two noble kings, destroying a kingdom and its followers, the Brahmin proceeds untroubled. Mataran pitaran hantva rajano dve chasotiye vayagka panchaman hantva anigo yati brahmano. Destroying mother and father and two prosperous kings, destroying a vicious tiger as the fifth, the Brahmin proceeds untroubled. Gautama's disciples awaken well. A youth became very practiced at the recollection of the Buddha, so when he was attacked by spirits, he called out homage to the Buddha, which forced the spirits to serve him. When the king found out, he asked the Buddha if only this recollection was an effective protection, and the Buddha taught these 6 types of meditation. Sapabuddhan pabujanti sada Gautama savaka yezan divacharatocha nechan buddhagata sati. Gautama's disciples always awake to a good awakening, those who day and night constantly have mindfulness of the Buddha. Sapabuddhan pabujanti sada Gautama savaka yezan divacharatocha nechan dhammagata sati. Gautama's disciples always awake to a good awakening, those who day and night constantly have mindfulness of the Dhamma. Sapabuddhan pabujanti sada Gautama savaka yezan divacharatocha nechan sanghagata sati. Gautama's disciples always awake to a good awakening, those who day and night constantly have mindfulness of the Sangha. Buddhan pabujanti sada Gautama savaka yesanti vachiratocha nichan kaya gatasati. Gautama's disciples always awake to a good awakening, those who day and night constantly have mindfulness of the body. Sapabuddhan pabujanti sada Gautama savaka yesanti vachiratocha ahimsai rato mano. Gautama's disciples always awake to a good awakening, those who day and night have a mind that delights in non-violence. Sapabuddhan pabujanti sada Gautama savaka yesanti vachiratocha bhavanaya rato mano. Gautama's disciples always awake to a good awakening, those who day and night have a mind that delights in cultivation. The suffering in births and deaths. A Vajjian prince ordained, but hearing music and festivities coming from Vaisali, he was dissatisfied and asked, "Who is worse off than we monastics?" The Buddha taught him the various kinds of suffering there are in births and deaths, with these verses. Dupabhajan durabiraman durasvasagara dukkha dukkho samana samvaso dukkha nupatidadagu tasmanu chadagu siya nacha dukkha nupatitosya. The going forth is hard. It is hard to find real delight therein, but it is also hard to dwell in households that are suffering. Always dwelling together with those different is suffering. Travellers in the round of births are affected by suffering, therefore don't be a traveller, don't be oppressed by suffering. The faithful are held in esteem. After being taught by Venerable Sariputta, Chitta the householder attained the second stage of awakening and determined to go and see the Buddha. He arranged a great caravan and provided for all who wished to accompany him. He emptied his carts on the way, but upon leaving, the residents filled them with jewels. The Buddha reflected on what had happened with this verse. Saddo silena sampanno yaso bhoga samapito yan padesan bhajati tat tateva pujito. The faithful one who is endowed with virtue, wealth, possessing fame, whatever place he resorts to, right there and then he is worshipped. The good as seen from afar. Chula Subhadra, the daughter of Anathapindika, was married into a faraway family who supported the naked ascetics. But through modesty she refused to serve them and spoke to her mother-in-law about the Buddha and the Sangha. Asked to invite him for a meal, she went to a mountain top and threw flowers into the air. The Buddha, knowing her intention, accepted the invitation, and when questioned how he knew of the invitation, spoke this verse. Dure santo pakasenti himavanto vapabato asante tanadisanti ratin kitayatasara. The good are visible from far. like a mountain covered in snow. But the wicked are not seen here, just like arrows shot in the night. Hermits delight in the forest. Venerable Ekavihari was a forest-dwelling monk who lived alone in every way. When the monastics reported his way of life to the Buddha, he praised the elder in this verse: Ekasanan ekasayan, eko charamatandito, eko damayanatanan, vanante ramitosya. The one who sits alone lies down alone, and who is diligent in solitude, the solitary one who trains himself, will delight in the edge of a forest. Pakinikawaggo ekavisatimo. The miscellaneous chapter, the 21st. Nirayawaggo, 22. The chapter about the underworld. The fate of those who speak falsely. The wandering nun Sundari was used to try and set up the Buddha and the Sangha, and then murdered by the sectarians. When people started falsely accusing the Sangha members of her murder, the Buddha taught the monastics to recite this verse, and soon the matter was settled and the truth was revealed. Abhutavadi nirayanupeti yova pikatva nakaromi tichaha ubo pite pecha samabhavanti nihina kamma manaja paratta. One who speaks what is untrue goes to the underworld. He who says, I did not do what he has done. Both of these are just the same when they have gone to the hereafter. They are humans who did base deeds. The wicked have a bad destination. Venerable Moggallana saw a spirit dressed as a monk flying through the air with body all on fire, and reported it to the Buddha, who told that previously the spirit had been a monk under Buddha Kassapa, but had not lived accordingly. And then he spoke this verse: Kasavakanta bahavo Papa Dhamma sanyata Papa papehi kamehi nirayante upapajjare. Many wearing the robe around their necks are wicked unrestrained. The wicked through their wicked deeds re-arise in the underworld. Taking alms food unworthily. The Vagu Mudatirya monks went around praising each other and saying they have attained states they had not in order to get better alms food. The Buddha restrained those monks and spoke this verse: Seyo ayo gulo butto tato agisikupamo yanche bunje adusilo ratapindana sanyato. It's better to eat a glowing iron ball like a flame of fire than that the monastic who is unrestrained and unvirtuous should enjoy the country's alms food. One should not dally with other men's wives. One of the merchant Anathapindika's nephews, Kema, was so handsome all of the women fell in love with him, and he was frequently caught in adultery. The king didn't punish Kema due to his affection for his uncle, so Anathapindika took his nephew to the Buddha, who taught him in these verses the destiny of those who dally with other men's wives. Chattaritana naro pamato apajjati paradarupasevi apunyalabannanikamasayan nindantatiyan nirayan chatutan. There are 4 states: the man who is heedless, the man who consorts with other men's wives undergoes demerit, troubled sleep, blame, and rebirth in the underworld as 4th. Apunya labo chagati chapapaka bitasa bitairati chatokika Raja Chadandan Garukan Paneti Tasmanaro Paradaran Sevi. Gaining demerit, a bad destiny, and only the very small delight of a scared man with a scared woman, and kings who apply heavy punishment. A man should not consort with another man's wife. A monastic should not be lax. A monk broke off the tip of a blade of grass and was worried whether he had broken a rule. So he asked another monk, who told him it was of no account, as he could confess his fault. And to emphasize his point, he broke off a clump of grass. The Buddha strongly rebuked them both with these verses. Kuso yata duggahito hattameva nukantati samanyan duparamatan nirayayupakadati. As jagged grass wrongly grasped cuts into the hand, so does the ascetic life wrongly grasped drag one down to the underworld. Yan kinchisitalan kaman sankilitan charyan vatan sankasaran brahmachayan natan hoti mahapalan. Whatever lax deed there is, and that vow which is defiled, know that a holy life that is doubtful does not have great fruit for that one. Karanche kairatenan dalamenan parakame satilohi paribajo bio akirate rajan. If he would do what should be done, he should be firm in his effort, for the wanderer who is lax spreads a lot of impurity. Do what is well done. A jealous woman found out her husband had been unfaithful with one of their female slaves, and had her nose and ears cut off, threw her into a dungeon, and then went to listen to the Dhamma. One of her relatives discovered the matter and informed the Buddha, who gave the teaching in this verse. Akatan dukkatan seyo pachatapati dukkatan katan chasukatan seyo yan katva nanutapati. Better undone is wrongdoing, wrongdoing one later regrets. Better done is what is well done, which when done one does not regret. Watch over oneself carefully. Some monks spent the rains retreat in the border country, but after some time the village was attacked and the inhabitants had to spend all their time reinforcing the village and did not look after the monks well. Later they reported the matter to the Buddha, who taught them with this verse: Nagaranyata pachantan Guttan santara bahiran Evan gopeta attanan Kanovo ma upajjaga Kanatita hi sochanti Nirayam hi samapita. As a border town is guarded on the inside and the outside, so one should watch over oneself and should not let the moment pass. For when the opportunity has passed, they grieve, and later they are consigned to the underworld. Wrong views lead to a bad destiny. Some monks saw the Nigantas and spoke of them as having some modesty, as they wear a small covering at the front. The Nigantas, however, declared they do so not out of modesty, but to protect the lives of dust beings. When reported to the Buddha, he spoke this verse about them: Alajjitaye lajjanti, lajjitaye na lajjare, mecchaditi samadana, satta gachanti dugatin. Ashamed of what is not shameful, not ashamed of what is shameful, beings undertaking wrong views will go to a bad destiny. Abaye bayadasino, baye cha bayadasino, mecha diti samadana, satta gachanti dugatin. Seeing fear in what is not fearful, not seeing fear in what's fearful, beings undertaking wrong views will go to a bad destiny. Knowing what is blamable and blameless. Some children of the families of unbelievers were forbidden to go to Jetavana, but when thirst overtook them one day, they went anyway. The Buddha gave them an appropriate teaching and they converted. Later they went to the monastery to ordain, and the Buddha taught them with these verses: Avajje vajjamatino, vajje cha vajjadasino, mecha ditti samadana, satta gachanti dugatin. Finding blame in what is blameless, not seeing blame in what is blamed, beings undertaking wrong views will go to a bad destiny. Vajjancha vajjato nyatva, avajjancha avajjato, samaditi samadana, satta gachanti sugatin. Knowing blame in the blamable and no blame in what is blameless, beings undertaking right views will go to a good destiny. Niraya Waggo Dwavi Satimo. The chapter about the underworld, the 22nd. Nagawaggo 23. The chapter about the elephant. The one who is well trained. Queen Margandeya, who had been rejected by the Buddha, bribed the crowd and slaves to abuse him and the monks when they came to town. Venerable Ananda urged the Buddha to go elsewhere, but the Buddha answered that they should be resolute and spoke about himself in these verses. Ahanago vasangame chapato patitan saran atiwakyan titikisan dusilo hipahujano. Like an elephant in battle endures an arrow shot from bow, so will I endure abuse, for many people are unvirtuous. Dantan nayanti samitin, dantan raja biruhati, danto seto manusezu, yoti vakyanti tikati. They lead one trained into a crowd. A king mounts one who has been trained. Amongst humans one trained is best, the one who can endure abuse. Varan asataradanta ajaniya chasindava Kanjaracha Mahanaga Attadanto Tato Varan. Noble are the well-trained horses, the well-bred horses from Sind, and the great tusker elephants, and even more noble than that is the one who has trained himself. The best of training. A monk who had previously been an elephant trainer saw a man struggling to train an elephant and successfully advised him on his task. When the Buddha heard about it, he rebuked him and advised him on what really needs to be trained. Nahiye te hiyanehi gache agatandisan yatat Tana sudantena danto dantena gachati. Not by vehicles can one go to the place beyond destinations, as one through training himself well, being trained by the training goes. Remembering one's duties. Some children who were previously negligent later gave a meal to the Buddha and the Sangha and related how they now took care of their father. The Buddha recited a Jataka relating how he too had cared for his parents and spoke this verse showing how he would not eat until he was allowed to attend to his duties. Dhanapalaka nama kanjaro katukappa beta no dunnivario bado kabalana bunjati sumarati nagavanasa kanjaro. The Tusker Dhanapalaka in rut difficult to restrain, bound he does not eat a morsel. The tusker remembers the forest. The lazy one is always reborn. King Pasenadi at one time in his life always overate and suffered the consequences of torpidity and drowsiness. He went to the Buddha who taught him this verse. He also taught another verse for his attendant to recite, which would remind the king not to eat so much. Mediya dahoti mahagga socha nedayita samparivattasai mahavaraho nivapapurto punangabamupeti mando. When one is torpid, overeats, sleepy and rolling on the bed, like a great pig fed on fodder, that fool comes to the womb again. Training the wandering mind. Sanu was a novice who, when he recited the text, attracted even the deities to listen. But when he reached manhood, he grew discontent and purposed to disrobe. His mother persuaded him to continue in the monastic life and take his higher ordination. This is the teaching the Buddha gave, urging him to control his thoughts. Idan pure chittamachari charikan yenitchakan yattaka manyata sukhan tadajjahan niggahesami yoniso hattin pabinnan via ankusagaho. Formerly this wandering mind wandered through desire, pleasure, happiness, but today I will control it wisely, like one with goad and elephant. Always protecting the mind. An old elephant waded into a lake one day and didn't have the strength to extricate himself until his former trainer dressed in battle array and beat the drum. The pride of the elephant was such that he immediately pulled himself from the water. On hearing of the incident, the Buddha urged the monastics also to draw themselves out of the quagmire of passions with this verse. Appamadarata hota sachitan anurakata dogga uddaratatanan panke sanovakunjaro. You should delight in heedfulness. You should always protect your mind. You should raise yourself from this pit like the tusker sunk in the mud. Live with the wise or alone. Owing to the Kosambi monks falling into an argument, the Buddha retired to Pāli forest and was served by an elephant. After the range retreat, Venerable Ananda, being urged by the great disciples, went to invite the Buddha to return to Savatthi. The Buddha explained that he had a good companion in the elephant, but without such like it is better to live alone, and he spoke these verses. Sachela beta nipakan sahayan sadin charan sadhu viharadiran abibuya sabbani parisayani charayate nattamano satima. If you should find a prudent friend or companion who lives well, overcoming all your troubles, live with that one, glad and mindful. No chela beta nipakan sahayan sadin charan sadhu viharadiran raja viratan vijitan pahaya eko chare matangaranye vanago. If you don't find a prudent friend or companion who lives well, like a king who abandons his conquered kingdom, live alone like an elephant in the forest. Ekasa charitan seyo natibale sahayata eko charena chapapa nikaira aposuko matangaranye vanago. It is better to live alone. There can be no friendship with fools. One should live alone and not do anything bad, unconcerned like an elephant in the forest. The good things in life. The Buddha was reflecting on whether it is possible for kings to rule the world with justice. Mara, finding this out, came to the wrong conclusion and tried to tempt him. The Buddha explained what is truly good with these verses. Atami jatami sukha sahaya tuti sukhaya itaritarena punyan sukhan jivita sankayamhi sabbasa dukkasa sukhan pahanan. Friends are good whenever need arises. Being content with everything is good. At the breakup of life, merit is good. Abandoning of suffering is good. Sukha mate ataloke ato pete ata sukha sukha samanyata loke ato brahmanyata sukha. Having respect for one's mother is good. Having respect for one's father is good. Having respect for ascetics is good. And respect for the true Brahmin is good. Sukanya vajrasilan sukha saddha patitita sukho panyaya patilabo papanan akaranan sukhan. Virtuous conduct till old age is good. The establishing of faith is good. The acquisition of wisdom is good. Doing nothing wicked is also good. Nagawaggo te visatimo. The chapter about the elephant, the 23rd. Tanha Waggo 24. The chapter about craving. Similes about craving. In the time of the Buddha Kassapa, one Kapila went forth and was renowned as a great teacher, but would pronounce other monks wrong even when they were right, just to disparage them. At the time of our Lord Buddha, he was reborn as a fish with foul breath. He was caught and brought to the Buddha, who explained his fate and then spoke these verses. Manujassa pamatacharino tanha vaddati maluvavya so palavati hurahuran palamicham vavanasmi vanaro. For a human who lives life heedlessly, craving increases like clinging creeper. He rushes from one place to another, like a monkey desiring forest fruit. Yame sa sahati jami tanha loke visatika sokatasapavadanti abdivatan vabiranan. That one who is overcome by these low cravings and attachments in the world, for him griefs increase like grass that has had heavy rain. Yo chetan sahati jamin tanhan loke durachayan sokatamha papatanti udabindu vapokara. Whoever overcomes craving in the world, which is difficult to get past, griefs fall from him like drops of water from a lotus. Tanvo vadami badanvo yavante tasamagata tanhaya mulan kanata usirato vabiranan mavo nalanva sotova maro banji punan. This I say to you, good luck to as many as have assembled. Dig up the root of craving, like one seeking the root digs up grass. Do not let Mara push you down, like a stream pushes down the reed. Cutting out craving. One day the Buddha saw a sow and smiled. When Venerable Ananda asked him the reason for his smile, he told of the various forms of existence that the sow had been through, including being reborn in the Brahma worlds in the life before this one. He then taught the monastics on the evils of craving with these verses. Yata pimule anupadave dalhe chino pirukko punareva ruhati evan pitanha nusaye anuhate nibatati dukamidan punan. Just as when the root remains untroubled, though the tree was cut down, it grows again. So when craving is not rooted out, this suffering appears again and again. Yasa chatim sati sota manapasavana busa vahavahanti duditin sankaparaganisita. For the one in whom 36 streams flow pleasantly and flow strong, one with wrong view is carried off by his passionate intentions. Savanti sabbadi sota lata ubijatitati tanchadiswa latan jatan Mulan Panyaya Chindata. Streams are flowing everywhere. The creepers remain where they grow. Seeing this, cut the creeper's root that has arisen with wisdom. Saritani sine hitani cha somanasani bhavanti jantuno. Te satasita suke sino te vejati jarupaganara. There are loves and there are pleasures that are flowing for a person. They are dependent on pleasure and seek happiness. Those people undergo both birth and old age. Tasinaya purakata paja Parisapanti sasovabadito sanyojana sangasataka dukamupenti punanchiraya. People surrounded by craving crawl round like a hare in a trap. Attached and clinging to fetters, they come back again and again to suffering for a long time. Tasinaya parakata paja parisapanti sasovabadito tasma tasinan vinodiye bhikkhua kankaviragamata. People surrounded by craving crawl round like a hare in a trap. Therefore he should remove craving, the monk who longs for dispassion. Running away from freedom. A young monk who had high concentration attainments was enchanted by golden objects and decided to leave the monastic life. Unable to find work, he became a thief and was caught and sentenced to death. On his way to the execution ground, he attained fourth jhana. The Buddha appeared to him and taught him with this verse, and he became an arahat and escaped his punishment. Yo Panato vanadimutto vanamutto vanameva davati tan pugalameta passata mutto bandhanameva davati. The one who is free from desires, who is intent on the forest, though free runs back to the forest. Come here and look at that person, though free he runs back to bondage. The real bondage. Some monks, while on alms round, saw various criminals in the prison house where they were bound with ropes and chains. They reported it to the Buddha, who explained that these bonds are paltry compared to the bonds of craving, and he taught them further with these verses. Natan dalan bandhanam mahudira yada yasandarujan pabajancha saratarata manikundalesu Pute sudare suchaya apeka etan dalan bandanan ahudira o harinan sitilan dupumanchan etan pichetwana paribajanti anapekino kamasukan pahaya. That bondage is not so strong, say the wise, that is made of iron or wood or reeds. Impassioned and excited, they seek out jewels and earrings and children and wives. That bondage is really strong, say the wise, dragging down the lax, hard to get free from. Having cut this down, they wander about, seeking nothing, abandoning pleasure. The wise abandon suffering. Queen Kema, who was married to King Bimbisara, was so intoxicated with her own beauty she would not visit the Buddha. But eventually she was persuaded into his presence by praise of the bamboo grove where he was residing. The Buddha caused the image of a beautiful woman to go through the stages of decay in front of her, and then he taught her with this verse, upon hearing which she became an arahat. Ye ragarata nupatanti sotan sayan katan makatakov jalan etan pichet Twana vajanti dira anapekino sabbadukan pahaya. Those who are impassioned follow the stream like a spider a web made by itself. Having cut this away, the wise proceed, seeking nothing, abandoning suffering. The attractive makes the bond firm. The merchant's son, Ugasena, fell in love with an acrobat whom he saw performing, but her father would only give her to him if he joined them, which he readily agreed to do. Later he learned acrobatics himself and performed in Rajagaha. This is the teaching the Buddha gave him, by which he became an arahat. Mancha pure mancha pachato majje mancha bhavasa paragu sabbata vimutta manaso napunanja dijarannupehisi. Be free of the past, future and present, after crossing over all existence, with mind liberated in every way, do not come again to birth and old age. Cutting Mara's bonds. When Venerable Chula Dhanukaha obtained water from the house of a young maiden, she soon started giving him porridge also, and striking up a conversation, and eventually he began to feel discontent. When the Buddha heard of the situation, he described how this woman murdered him at the drop of a hat in a previous existence, and further gave him this teaching. Vitakka pamititassa jantuno, dibbaragassa subhanupassino, biyo tanha pavadati, asako dalam karoti bandanan. For a person who is crushed by his thoughts and pierced by passion, contemplating the attractive, craving increases. This surely makes the bond more firm. Vitakupasame chayorato, asuban bhavayati sadasato, asako vyantikahiti, asachechati marabandanan. Whoever delights in calming her thoughts, who cultivates what is unattractive, will surely abolish all this craving. He will then cut off the bond of Mara. In the final body. One night, because of the arrival of several great elders, Venerable Rahula, who was 8 years old at the time, gave up his room and slept near the Buddha's kuti. Mara thought to frighten him and took the form of a great elephant and trumpeted near him. The Buddha explained with these verses that Venerable Rahula was an arahat and was therefore unafraid. Nitan gato asantasi vitatanho anangano achindi bhavasalani antimoyan samusyo. Having gone to the end without trembling, craving, impurity, cutting the darts of existence, this one is his final body. Vitatanho anadano nirutti padako vito akaranan sannipatan janya pubbaparanicha save antimasariro mahapanyo mahapuriso tidvuchati. Without craving and attachment, skilled in words and explanation, knowing how letters are arranged, which come before and which after, the one in his final body is said to be of great wisdom. The Buddha has no teacher. After the Buddha had attained awakening and decided to teach, he set out for Varanasi, and on the way came across the Ajivika Upaka, who expressed his admiration of the Buddha's appearance, and then asked him who his teacher was. This was the Buddha's reply. Sabba Vibhu Sabba Vidu Amasmi Sabbe Sudame Suanupalito Sabbanjaho Tanakaye Vimuto Sayana Binyaya Kamudisayan. All conquering, all wise am I, undefiled regarding all things, having given up everything, liberated through craving's end. When having deep knowledge myself, who should I point to as teacher? The Dhamma surpasses all. The guards, led by Sakka, had 4 questions which none of them was able to answer. They therefore went to the Buddha at Jetavana with their questions, and the Buddha told them it was in order to answer these sorts of questions that he strove to attain awakening, and he answered them with this verse. Sabbadanam Dhammadanam jinati, Sabban rasan Dhamma raso jinati, Sabban ratin Dhamma ratin jinati, Tanhakayo sabbadukan jinati. The gift of the Dhamma surpasses other gifts. The taste of the Dhamma surpasses other tastes. The love of the Dhamma surpasses other loves. Destruction of craving o'ercomes suffering. The fool destroys himself and others. In a previous life, a rich man gave a meal to a Pacheka Buddha, but almost instantly regretted it. Later, out of greed, he also killed his brother's son. When reborn, because of his gift, he was again rich, but because of his evil deed, he was childless, lived as a miser, and was unable to enjoy his riches. When he died, all his wealth went to the king. The Buddha explained the situation with this verse. Hananti boga du medan, no ve paragavesino, boga tanhaya du medo, hanti anyeva attanan. Riches destroy the stupid one who does not seek the way beyond. Through his craving, the stupid one destroys both others and himself. Gifts to the free have great fruit. Ankara was a good Brahmin who set up many fireplaces and worshipped the gods for 10,000 years. Yet his position in the heavens was less than Indika, who gave just one spoonful of rice to Venerable Anuruddha. The Buddha explained with these verses that one should give with discrimination, as gifts given to those who are free of defilements yield great fruit. Tinadosa niketani, Ragadosa ayampaja, tasmahi vita ragesu, dinanhoti mahapalan. Fields are ruined by grassy weeds, people are ruined by passion. Therefore there is great fruit for that given to those without passion. Tina dosa niketani, dosa dosa ayampaja, tasmahi vita dosesu, dinanhoti mahapalan. Fields are ruined by grassy weeds, people are ruined by hatred. Therefore there is great fruit for that given to those without hatred. Tina dosa niketani, moa dosa ayampaja, tasmahi vita mohesu, dinanhoti mahapalan. Fields are ruined by grassy weeds, people are ruined by delusion. Therefore there is great fruit for that given to those without delusion. Tina dosa niketani, Icha dosa ayampaja, tasmahi vigatit chesu, dinanhoti mahapalan. Fields are ruined by grassy weeds, people are ruined by desire. Therefore there is great fruit for that given to those without desire. Tanha Waggo Chatu Visatimo. The chapter about craving, the 24th. Bhikkhu Waggo 25. The chapter about monastics. Restraint is good in every way. A group of monks argued about which sense store was the hardest to restrain. The Buddha told them that in a previous life they were unable to restrain their senses and were devoured by an ogress. He then taught them these verses as the way to attain release from suffering. Chakuna sanvaro sadhu, sadhu sotena sanvaro, ganena sanvaro sadhu, sadhu jivhaya sanvaro, kayena sanvaro sadhu, sadhu vachaya sanvaro, manasa sanvaro sadhu, sadhu sabbata sanvaro, sabbata sanvato bhikkhu, sabbadukkha pamucchati. Restraint of eye is good, restraint of ear is good, restraint of nose is good, restraint of tongue is good, restraint of body is good, restraint of speech is good, restraint of mind is good, restraint is always good. A monastic who is restrained everywhere is free from suffering. The true monastic. Two friends retired from the world and became monks together. One day after bathing they saw two geese flying through the air, and one of the monks said he could hit one of the geese in both eyes, and threw a pebble which hit its mark and brought the goose down. When the Buddha heard about it, he taught them a Jataka about scrupulous laymen, and then taught them further with this verse. Hatta samyato pada sanyato, vajaya sanyato sanyatutamo, ajatarato samahito, eko santusito tamahu bhikkun. One who controls his hands, controls his feet, controls his speech, controls the supreme mind, with delight, composure, solitary, content, that one I call a monastic. The monastic who speaks well. Venerable Kokalika once spent the rains retreat with the two chief disciples, but was not honoured as they were, and then went about abusing them, saying they were full of defilements. The Buddha tried to restrain him, but he fell into the underworld. The Buddha then explained how a monk should behave with this verse. Yo mukha sanyato bhikkhu mantabani anuddato attandam chadipeti madurantas sabasitan. That monastic who controls mouth, who speaks well and who is modest, who explains the meaning of the Dhamma, his speech is surely sweet. Find pleasure in the Dhamma. When Venerable Dhammarama heard the Buddha declare his intention to finally pass away in 4 months' time, rather than attend on the Buddha, he went to the forest to practice the teaching. The Buddha lauded him and said this is how one truly honours him, and spoke this verse. Dhammaramo dhammarato, dhamman anuvichintayan, dhamman anusaran bhikkhu, sadhammana parihayati. The one who finds pleasure in the Dhamma, delights in Dhamma, reflects on Dhamma, the monastic who remembers Dhamma, does not then abandon the good Dhamma. Put aside envy. One monk of Devadatta's faction persuaded another monk to share in the rich offerings they were receiving. Even though he disagreed with Devadatta, he joined them for the food. Later, when he returned to the Buddha, he was reproved for not being content, and the Buddha taught the monks with these verses. Salaban nati manyeya nanyezan piyayan chare anyezan piyayan bhikkhu samadhin nadi gacchati. One should not despise one's own gains. Don't live envious of others. The monastic who's envious does not attain concentration. Apalabo piche bhikkhu salaban nati manyati tan vedeva pasansanti sadajivin atanditan. Even if a monk gains little, he should not despise his gains, for even the gods will praise the one of pure life who is diligent. No fondness for mind or body. A Brahmin became well known for giving of the first fruits of the harvest before he would take his own food. One day, as he was taking his meal, the Buddha appeared at the door, and the Brahmin offered him the remainder of his meal and asked him to teach what were the characteristics of the true monk. Sabbaso nama rupasmin yasanati mamayitan asatachana sochati Save bhikkhu tivuchati. For the one who has no fondness at all for mind and body, who grieves not for what does not exist, that one I call a monastic. Making an end of suffering. After Sona Kutikana received ordination, he recited Dhamma to the Buddha, who praised him for it, which also caused the gods to rejoice. On hearing about it, Sona's mother invited her son to teach her Dhamma also, and wouldn't leave the teaching even when she heard 900 thieves had broken into her house. Seeing her piety, the thieves converted and were admitted to the Sangha. This is the teaching the Buddha gave at that time. Metta vihariyo bhikkhu pasanno buddha sasane adigache padan santan sankarupa samansukan. That monastic who has loving kindness, with faith in the Buddha's dispensation, should surely attain to the state of peace, the joy in the stilling of conditions. Sincha bhikkhu iman navan sitate lahamesati chetva ragancha dosancha tato nibbana mehisi. Please bail out this boat, monastic. When bailed out, it will go lightly. Cutting off passion and hatred, from here one goes to Nibbana. Pancha chinde pancha jahe, pancha chutari bhavaye, pancha sangha digo bhikkhu, ogatin tivuchati. One should cut off 5, abandon 5, and then cultivate 5 more. The monastic who surmounts 5 attachments is called flood crosser. Jaya bhikkhu macha pamado Mate kama gune bamasachitan. Malo gulan gili pamato. Ma candidu kamidanti diamano. Meditate, monastic, don't be heedless. Don't let your mind swirl in strands of desire. Don't, heedless, swallow a hot iron ball. Do not burning cry, this is suffering. Nati janana panyasa panyanati ajayato yam hi janancha panyacha save nibbana santike. There's no meditation without wisdom. There's no wisdom without meditation. That one in whom there is meditation and wisdom is then close to Nibbana. Sunyagaran pavitasa santachitasa bhikkuno amanusirati hoti sammadhamman vipassato. For the one in an empty place, a monastic with peaceful mind, there is superhuman delight from insight into true Dhamma. Yato yato sammasati kandanan udayabayan labati piti pamajan amatantan vijanatan. For the one with right mindfulness regarding mind and body gains joy and happiness. That is the deathless state for those who know. Tatraya madi bhavati idapanyasa bhikkuno indriya gutti santuti patimokkhe cha sanvaro. This is the very beginning for the wise monastic in here, who is content and guards the senses, restrained in the regulations. Mitte bhajasu kalyane suddha jive atandite patisantara vuttasa achara kusalosya tato pamajja bahulo dukkha santan karisati. One should resort to spiritual friends, ones of pure life, ones who are diligent, for the friendly should be skillful in conduct, having much happiness from that reason. One will then make an end to suffering. Casting off defilements. 500 monks who had received instructions from the Buddha saw jasmine flowers fading away and determined to attain awakening before the flowers dropped from the stems. The Buddha projected an image of himself and gave them this teaching, after hearing which they became arahats. Vasika vyapupani madhavani pamunchati evan ragancha dosancha vipamuncheta bhikkhavo. Just as striped jasmine casts off its withered flowers, so monastics cast off all passion and hatred. The stilling of the defilements. Venerable Santakaya was said to have been born from the womb of a lioness, and lions are renowned for the dignity of their bearing. The monks praised him in front of the Buddha for being so calm and composed. The Buddha affirmed that this is just as a monastic should be, with this verse. Santa Kayo, Santa Vacho, Santa Vasu Samahito, Vantaloka Miso Bhikkhu, Upasanto Tivuchati. Calm in body and calm in speech, having calmness and composure, having thrown off worldly gain, the monastic is called one at peace. Self protects the self. The poor man Nangalakula was ordained, but became discontented, and thought to return to the lay life. But finding his previous rags, he took them as a meditation subject, and soon became an arahat. The Buddha confirmed it to the monks, and spoke these verses. Attana chodayatanan patima setamatana so attagato satima sukhan bhikkhu vihahisi. By oneself one should censure self, by oneself one should be controlled. The monastic who is guarded and mindful will live happily. Attahi attano nato, attahi attano gati, tasma sanyamayatanan, asan badran vavanijo. Self is the protector of self. Self is the refuge of the self. Therefore one should restrain oneself as a merchant his noble horse. The monk who attains the state of peace. Venerable Wakali was obsessed with the Buddha's body and even gave up his meditation to spend his time gazing at the Buddha. The Buddha sent him to spend the rains retreat elsewhere, and he was on the verge of suicide when the Buddha appeared to him and his sorrow vanished. The Buddha then taught him with this verse. Pāmajja bahalo bhikkhu pasanno buddha sasane adigache padan santan sankaru pasaman sukhan. The monk, having much happiness, with faith in the dispensation, could attain to peace, happy in the stilling of all conditions. The monk who shines forth. Venerable Anuruddha gave the young boy Sumana the going forth, and he soon became an arahat. Through his power the novice overcame a Naga, who then became his servant. When monks who did not know who he was started making fun of the novice, the Buddha decided to let him demonstrate his power and sent him to Lake Anuttata in the Himalayas to bring water. The Buddha pointed him out flying through the air and spoke this verse. Yo have daharo bhikkhu yanjati buddha sasane so iman lokan pabaseti abhamutto vachandima. That young monk who is devoted to the Buddha's dispensation surely shines forth in this world like the moon that is freed from a cloud. Bhikkhuakko Panchavisatimo, the chapter about monastics, the 25th. Brahmanawaggo, 26. The chapter about Brahmins, striving for Nibbana. The Brahmin Pasada Bahula heard the Buddha teach and became a devotee. He used to invite monks to his house for meals and would always address them as Arahat, which nobody was happy about. The Buddha advised him with this verse to strive to become an Arahat himself. Chindasotan parakama kame panuda brahmana sankaranan kayanyatva akatanyusi brahmana. Strive and cut off the stream, remove desire, Brahmin, knowing the destruction of the conditioned, know that which is not made, Brahmin. Developing calm and insight. During a visit by 30 monks who had come in from the countryside, Venerable Sariputta, believing they were ready to become arahats, asked the Buddha to explain what were the two things he had heard spoken about, and the Buddha told they were calm and insight, and exhorted the monks with this verse: Yada dvayesu dhammesu paraguhoti brahmano atassa sabbe sanyoga atangachanti janato. When a Brahmin has through two things crossed over, then for one who knows, all fetters are laid to rest. Beyond the near and far shore. Mara disguised himself and approached the Buddha, asking about the far shore. The Buddha recognized and rebuked him, and then spoke this verse: Yassa paran aparan va para paran avijjati vitadaran visanyatan tanahan brumi brahmanan. For whom the near shore, the far shore, or both do not exist, free of anxiety, being detached, that one, I say, is a Brahmin. The one without pollutants. A Brahmin by birth noticed that the Buddha referred to his disciples as Brahmins and thought he should apply the title to him also. The Buddha explained that he used the word not because of birth, but only for one who was an Arahat, and then he spoke this verse: Jayin virajanaasinan katakitchananasavan uttamatan anupatan tamahan brumi brahmanan. The meditator sitting down, the one who's dustless, who has done his duty without pollutants, who has reached the ultimate good, that one, I say, is a Brahmin. The Buddha is radiant. One day, Venerable Ananda saw the sun set, the moon rise, the king in his mantle, Venerable Kaludayi meditating, and the Buddha, who outshone them all. The teacher explained that Buddhas outshine the others both day and by night, and spoke this verse: Diva tapati adicho ratin abati chandima sanado katio tapati jayi tapati brahmano atasabba mahoratin buddho tapati tejasa. The sun shines by day, the moon shines by night, the accoutred noble is radiant, the meditating Brahmin's radiant. Then every day and night the Buddha is radiant through his shining power. The true meaning of words. A Brahmin who ordained in an outside sect noticed that the Buddha referred to his disciples as ones who had gone forth, and thought he should apply the title to him also. The Buddha explained that he used the word not of one who had left home, but only of one who had driven out the defilements. And then he spoke this verse. Bahita papoti brahmano samachaya samanoti vuchati pabhajayamatano malan tasma pabhajitoti vuchati. Brushing off badness one's called a Brahmin, an austere one is called an ascetic. Because of driving forth all stain from oneself, one is said to be one who has gone forth. A Brahmin should be restrained. A Brahmin thought Venerable Sariputta didn't get angry because he had never been tested. So he walked up behind him and landed a great blow on his back. Venerable Sariputta was unperturbed. The Brahmin asked forgiveness and asked him to accept a meal, which he did. The Buddha commented on the incident as follows. Na brahmanasa pareya na samancheta brahmano di brahmanasa hantaran tato diyasa manchati. One should not hit a Brahmin, nor should a Brahmin let fly at him. Woe to one who strikes a Brahmin, further woe to one who lets fly. Na brahmana se tadakinchi seo, yada nisedo manaso piyehi, yato himsa mano nivatati, tato samati eva dukkhan. It is no little good for the Brahmin when the mind is held back from what is dear. Whenever mind turns back from violence, then there is a calming of suffering. Restraint in 3 ways. After Venerable Mahapajapati Gotami was ordained by the acceptance of the 8 serious rules, the other nuns were ordained by the monks. Later they were in doubt about her ordination and reported the matter to the Buddha, who confirmed her ordination and rebuked the nuns with this verse. Yasakayena vachaya manasanati dukkatan sanvatanti tanehi tamahan brumi brahmanan. For whom there is no wrongdoing, by body, by voice, or by mind, being restrained in these 3 things, that one, I say, is a Brahmin. Paying respects to one's teacher. Venerable Sariputta would always bow in the direction where he knew his first Dhamma teacher, Venerable Assaji, was living. The monks thought he was worshipping the cardinal points and reported the matter to the Buddha, who explained the situation and then taught them with this verse. Yamha Dhamman Vijaneya Samma Sambuddha Desitan Sakachantan Namaseya Agihutan Vibramano. That one from whom one learned Dhamma taught by the perfect Sambuddha, with respect bow down to him, like Brahmin bows at fire sacrifice. The one who has truth and Dhamma. A Brahmin by birth noticed that the Buddha referred to his disciples as Brahmins and thought he should apply the title to him also. The Buddha explained that he used the word not because of matted hair, family or birth, but only of one who had penetrated the truth. and then he spoke this verse. Najatahi nagatena najacha hoti brahmano yami satchancha dhammocha so suchi sova brahmano. Not because of matted hair, family or birth is one a true Brahmin, in whom there is truth and Dhamma, that one is pure and a Brahmin. Appearance is not enough. An ascetic was given lizard meat one day as his alms food and developed a craving for it. When the king of lizards came to pay his respects, the ascetic tried to kill him. The lizard escaped, however, and blamed the attacker for not being a true ascetic, saying he only had the appearance, not the true qualities of an ascetic. The Buddha summed it up in this verse. Kinte jatahi dumeda Kinte ajinasatiya abantarante gahanan bahiran parimajjasi. Why do you have your hair matted, stupid one, and why your deerskin? Within you there is a jungle, you only polish the outside. The meditator is a true Brahmin. One day Sakka visited the Buddha to listen to his teachings, and at that time Venerable Kisa Gotami came flying through the air to pay her respects to the Buddha and quickly departed. Sakka asked who it was, and the Buddha told him and spoke this verse about her. Pam sakula daranjantan Kisan Dhammani Santatan Ekan Vanasmin Jayantan Tamahan Brumi Brahmanan. That one who wears discarded clothes, who is lean with protruding veins, who meditates in the forest, that one I say is a Brahmin. Being unattached to anything. A Brahmin by birth noticed that the Buddha referred to his disciples as Brahmins and thought he should apply the title to him also. The Buddha explained that he used the word not because of matted hair, family or birth, but only of one who was unattached, and then he spoke this verse. Nachahan Brahmanan Brumi Yoni Janmati Sanbhavan Bovadi Namaso Hoti Sache Hoti Sakinchano Akinchanan Nadanan Tamahan Brumi Brahmanan. I do not call one a Brahmin because of being born from a certain womb. That one is just one who says bo if he is attached. Having nothing and unattached, that one I say is a Brahmin. Cutting off all fetters. The merchant's son Ugasena fell in love with an acrobat whom he saw performing, but her father would only give her to him if he joined them, which he readily agreed to do. Later, after he had ordained and become an arahat, the monks thought he was falsely claiming to be without fear, but the Buddha confirmed his attainment with this verse. Sabbasanyo janan chetva yo vena paritasati sangatigan visanyatan tamahan brumi brahmanan. Whoever has cut off all the fetters surely does not tremble, surmounting attachments detached, that one I say is a Brahmin. Cutting off the obstacle. Two Brahmins were trying to find out who had the strongest ox by making them carry heavy loads, but their thongs broke as they tried. The monks reported the matter to the Buddha, who said that thongs breaking was natural, but they should strive to cut the thongs of anger and the strap of craving, and taught them with this verse: Chetwa nadin varatancha sandanan sahanukaman ukita paligan buddhan tamahan brumi brahmanan. Whoever has cut off the thong, the strap, the rope, together with the bridle, who has thrown off the obstacle and is awakened, that one, I say, is a Brahmin. The strength of forbearance. A Brahmin was angry because his wife constantly called on the Buddha, so he went and abused the awakened one, but the Buddha converted him with his wisdom. Later, the exact same scene unfolded with regard to his three brothers. The monks spoke about it, and the Buddha explained that he possessed the power of endurance with this verse: Akkosan wadabandancha adurto yo titikati kanti balan balani kan tamahan brumi brahmanan. Whoever being pure forbears with punishment, bondage, abuse, having the strength of endurance, having the strength of armaments, that one, I say, is a Brahmin. The one in his last body. When Venerable Sariputta was in his village, he went to his own home and was offered alms food by his mother, who roundly abused him for being a beggar. However, the elder did not get angry or say a word. After this was reported to the Buddha, he spoke this verse: Akkodanan vatavantan silavantan anusutan dantan antimasariran tamahan brumi brahmanan. Whoever is controlled of mind, dutiful, virtuous, taint-free, well-trained and in his last body, that one, I say, is a Brahmin. The one who is unsmeared. After the rape of Venerable Upalawana, the monks were discussing whether those who had become an arahat still enjoyed the pleasures of the flesh. When this was reported to the Buddha, he said it was not so, and, affirming her purity of mind, he spoke this verse explaining the situation: Varipakara aragge rivasasapo yo nalipati kamesu tamahan brumi brahmanan. Like water on the lotus leaf, like a mustard seed on needle, he who is unsmeared by desires, that one, I say, is a Brahmin. The one who put down the burden. Before the rule against ordaining runaway slaves was promulgated, one slave ran away from his Brahmin master, ordained, and soon became an arahat. When the Brahmin came looking for him, the Buddha explained he had already put down the burden, and then spoke this verse: Yo dukkha pajanati ideva kayamatano pannabaran visanyatan tamahan brumi brahmanan. Whoever knows here and now the destruction of his suffering, putting down the burden detached, that one I say is a Brahmin. The one skilled in the path. One day Sakka visited the Buddha to listen to his teachings, and at that time Venerable Kema came flying through the air to pay her respects to the Buddha and quickly departed. Sakka asked who it was. The Buddha told him and spoke this verse about her. Gambira Panyan Medavin Magga Maggasa Kovidan Uttamatan Anupatan Tamahan Brumi Brahmanan. The deeply wise, sagacious one, skilled in what is path and not path, who has reached the ultimate good, that one, I say, is a Brahmin. The one with few desires. Venerable Pābarawasi Tissa retired to a certain rock cave in order to forward his meditation. The deity residing there moved out and tried to slander the elder. Recalling his own virtue, however, the elder soon became an arahat. The monks could not believe he had not got angry with the deity, but the Buddha confirmed his purity with this verse. Asansartan gahartehi anagarehi chubayan anokasarin apichan tamahan brumi brahmanan. Whoever does not mix with the householders or the houseless, wandering homeless with few desires, that one, I say, is a Brahmin. The one who neither hurts nor kills. A monk was given a subject of meditation, went to the forest and became an arahat. As he was travelling, a woman who had quarrelled with her husband followed close behind. When the husband saw them, he thrashed the monk. The monks could not believe he had not got angry with the man, but the Buddha confirmed his purity with this verse. Nidaya dandan bhutesu tasesu tavaresu cha yo nahanti nagateti tamahan brumi brahmanan. Whoever has laid down the stick used against fearful and fearless beings who neither hurts nor kills, that one, I say, is a Brahmin. The one who is unattached. A Brahmin's wife sought for 4 Brahmins to give a meal to, and was sent the 4 Arahat novices, Sankitya, Pandita, Sopaka, and Rewata, whom she sat on the floor and would not serve. Being alerted, Sakka came and convinced her to serve them. The monks could not believe the novices had not got angry with the woman, but the Buddha confirmed their purity with this verse. Aviruddhan viruddesu attadandesu nibbutan sadhanesu anadanan tamahan brumi brahmanan. Being friendly with the hostile, calm amongst those holding a stick, not attached amongst those attached, that one, I say, is a Brahmin. The one who has thrown off defilements. When Venerable Chula Pantaka could not remember even 4 lines of verse, even after 3 months of trying, and his elder brother, Venerable Mahapantaka, asked him to leave the monastery, the monks could not believe Venerable Mahapantaka had not been angry with his brother, but the Buddha confirmed his purity with this verse. Yasarago Chidoso Cha Mano Mako Chapatito Sasapo Riva Araga Tamahan Brumi Brahmanan. For whoever has thrown aside passion, hatred, conceit, anger, like mustard seed on a needle, that one, I say, is a Brahmin. The one who speaks the truth. Venerable Palindadvacha used to speak to everyone using abusive words which offended many of the monks. They asked the Buddha about it, and he understood that Venerable Palindadvacha was not angry, but was speaking like that habitually because he had been a Brahmin in 500 previous existences. And then he spoke this verse about him. Akakasan vinyapanin giran sachan udiraye yayanabi sajay kanchi tamahan brumi brahmanan. Whoever speaks a word of truth that is informed and is not coarse, through which no one will be angry, that one, I say, is a Brahmin. The one who does not take what is not given. A certain monk picked up a cloth one day, thinking it was discarded, only to be accosted by its owner, to whom he straightway gave the cloth back. When the monks heard about it, they teased him and reported it to the Buddha, who confirmed he did not take what was not given, as he was without attachments, and then spoke this verse about him. Yodadigan varasanva anantulan subasuban loke adinanadiyati tamahan brumi brahmanan. Whoever here does not take what is not given, long, short, small, large, attractive or unattractive, that one, I say, is a Brahmin. The one without longings. After Venerable Sariputta had spent the range retreat with 500 monks, the lay people still hadn't donated the requisites. As he was leaving, he asked for the requisites to be sent on, or that he be told. The monks reported it to the Buddha, who explained it was concern for the donors and the young monks that made him ask so, and not craving, and then spoke this verse about the one without craving. Asayasana vidyanti asmin loke paramhicha nirasayan visanyutan tamahan brumi brahmanan. For the one who has no longings in this world or in the next world, being without longings detached, that one, I say, is a Brahmin. The one without desires. After Venerable Moggallana had spent the range retreat with 500 monks, the lay people still hadn't donated the requisites. As he was leaving, he asked for the requisites to be sent on, or that he be told. The monks reported it to the Buddha, who explained it was concern for the donors and the young monks that made him ask so, and not craving, and then spoke this verse about the one without craving. Yasalaya navidjanti anyaya akatankati amato gadan anupatan tamahan brumi brahmanan. For the one who has no desires, who through knowledge is without doubt, who has reached unto the deathless, that one, I say, is a Brahmin. the one who has overcome merit and demerit. Venerable Sariputta's youngest brother Rewata escaped from the household life and became a monk, and soon after became an arahat. After the rains retreat, the Buddha visited him, and by magic power, Venerable Rewata transformed the thorn thickets he lived in into something well equipped and quite delightful. The monks proclaimed his merit, but the Buddha explained the elder had overcome all merit and demerit, and spoke this verse: Yoda punyancha papancha ubo sangan upachaga asokan virajan suddan tamahan brumi brahmanan. Whoever here has overcome clinging to merit, demerit, who is griefless, dustless and pure, that one, I say, is a Brahmin. The one who no longer rejoices in life. Because of a past deed, a light shone from the torso of the boy Chandaba, and he was taken round the country giving blessings. When he entered into the presence of the Buddha, however, the light disappeared. He then ordained and soon became an arahat. The monks doubted his attainment and asked the Buddha, who spoke this verse about him: Chandan vimalan suddan vipasannanavilan nandi bhava parikinan tamahan brumi brahmanan. Whoever, just like the moon, is stainless, pure, clear, undisturbed, and has destroyed joy in existence, that one, I say, is a Brahmin. The one who crossed over. Suppavasa carried her child Sivali for 7 years in her womb and took 7 days to deliver him. Later he ordained and became an arahat. One day the monks discussed how much suffering he had been through, and the Buddha confirmed he was now free of suffering and spoke this verse: Yo iman palipatan duggan sansaran mohamachaga teno paragato jayi anejo akatan kati anupadaya nibbuto tamahan brumi brahmanan. He who has crossed the difficult path through births, deaths and delusion, the meditator, crossed over to the further shore, free of lust and doubt, unattached and cooled down. That one, I say, is a Brahmin. The one who gave up pleasures and existence. Sundara Samudra retired from the world and gave himself up to the ascetic life. His mother sent a courtesan to try and win him back to the house life. She set herself up on the street he normally went on alms round and enticed him inside the house. The Buddha sent an image of himself and taught him with this verse: Yodakame pahatwana anagaro paribhaje kama bhava parikinan tamahan brumi brahmanan. Whoever, giving up desires, should wander homeless in the world, destroying desire's existence, that one, I say, is a Brahmin. The one who gave up craving and existence. Because of their deeds in a previous existence, the merchants Jatila and Jyotika were extremely rich. After they retired from the world and became arahats, the monks feared they were longing for their previous wealth. The Buddha explained that they had given up all craving and spoke this verse about those who have attained. Yoda tanhan pahatwana anagaro paribhaje tanha pavaparikinan tamahan brumi brahmanan. Whoever giving up craving should wander homeless in this world, destroying craving existence, that one, I say, is a Brahmin. The one unattached to yokes. One monk who was previously a dancer soon became an arahat. When a troop of dancers passed through, the monks asked whether he still craved for his previous life, and he answered he did not. The monks asked the Buddha about it, who confirmed the monk had overcome all yokes, and spoke this verse. Hetwa manasukan yogan, diban yogan upajjaka, sabba yoga visanyatan, tamahan brumi brahmanan. Abandoning the human yoke, overcoming the divine yoke, being unattached to all yokes, that one, I say, is a Brahmin. The one who abandoned delight and hate. One monk who was previously a dancer soon became an arahat. When a troop of dancers passed through, the monks asked whether he still craved for his previous life, and he answered he did not. The monks asked the Buddha about it, and he confirmed the monk had overcome all delight and hatred, and spoke this verse. Hitva ratincha ratincha siti bhutan nirupadin sabbaloka bibanviran tamahan brumi brahmanan. Abandoning delight and hate, called off and free from all cleaving, a hero who vanished the world, that one, I say, is a Brahmin. The one whose destiny is unknown. The youth Vangisa could tell where anyone had been reborn by knocking on their skulls. The Buddha set out the skull of an arahat before him, and he was unable to see where he had been reborn, so he ordained to learn about it. Soon he became an arahat himself, and the Buddha confirmed he now knew all about the rebirth of beings. Chutinyo vedisatanan upapatin sabbaso asatan sugatan buddhan tamahan brumi brahmanan. Whoever knows in every way the passing rebirth of beings, unattached, fortunate, awake, that one, I say, is a Brahmin. Yasagatin jananti deva gandhabhamanusa kina savan arahantan tamahan brumi brahmanan. For the one whose destiny is unknown to gods, Gandhabhas, men, pollutant free, an arahat, that one, I say, is a Brahmin. The one who is unattached. The merchant Visakha attained the third stage of awakening, and his wife, Venerable Dhammadinna, became an arahat. Later he questioned her about the Dhamma, and she answered everything well, but told him to seek an answer from the Buddha for his last question. The Buddha confirmed all of the elders' answers, and then spoke this verse. Yasapure chapacha cha majje cha nati kinchanan akinchanan anadanan tamahan brumi brahmanan, for whom there is nothing in the past, the future, or the present, having nothing and unattached, that one, I say, is a Brahmin. The one who has been cleansed. King Pasenadi gave gifts beyond compare to a Sangha of 500 monks with the Buddha at its head, and placed elephants holding parasols over all but one of them. There were only rogue elephants left, and the king had one of them hold his parasol over Venerable Angulimala, whose presence tamed him. The monks thought the elder must have been afraid when the elephant was brought, but the Buddha said he was not, and spoke this verse: Usaban pavaran viran, mahesin vijita vinan, anajanatakan buddhan, tamahan brumi brahmanan. A noble leader, heroic, a great seer, victorious, free of lust, cleansed and awakened, that one, I say, is a Brahmin. The one who is accomplished. When the Buddha was ill one time, he asked for hot water from the Brahmin Devahita, who readily gave it. The Brahmin then asked to whom alms were best given, and the Buddha explained that his alms had great fruit, and then spoke the following verse about the true Brahmin. Purbe nivasanyo vedi, sagapayan chapasati, ato jatikayan pato, abinyavosito muni, sabbavositavosanan, tamahan brumi brahmanan. Whoever knows their former lives and sees heaven and the downfall, and has attained birth's destruction, the sage accomplished in knowledge, who is accomplished in all things, that one, I say, is a Brahmin. Brahmana Waggo Chabbi Satimo. The chapter about Brahmins, the 26th. Dhamma Padan Nittitan. Dhamma verse is finished. Brahmana Waggo 26. The chapter about Brahmins. Striving for Nibbana. The Brahmin Pasada Bahula heard the Buddha teach and became a devotee. He used to invite monks to his house for meals and would always address them as Arahat, which nobody was happy about. The Buddha advised him with this verse to strive to become an Arahat himself. Chindasotan parakama kame panuda brahmana sankaranan kayanyatva akatanyusi brahmana. Strive and cut off the stream, remove desire, Brahmin, knowing the destruction of the conditioned, know that which is not made Brahmin. Developing calm and insight. During a visit by 30 monks who had come in from the countryside, Venerable Sariputta, believing they were ready to become Arahats, asked the Buddha to explain what were the two things he had heard spoken about, and the Buddha told they were calm and insight, and exhorted the monks with this verse: Yada dvayesu dhammesu paraguhoti brahmano atassa sabbe sanyoga atangachanti janato. When a Brahmin has through two things crossed over, Then for one who knows, all fetters are laid to rest. Beyond the near and far shore, Mara disguised himself and approached the Buddha, asking about the far shore. The Buddha recognized and rebuked him, and then spoke this verse. Yassa paran aparan va para paran avijjati vitadaran visanyatan tanahan brumi brahmanan. For whom the near shore, the far shore, or both do not exist, free of anxiety, being detached, that one, I say, is a Brahmin. The one without pollutants. A Brahmin by birth noticed that the Buddha referred to his disciples as Brahmins and thought he should apply the title to him also. The Buddha explained that he used the word not because of birth, but only for one who was an arahat, and then he spoke this verse. Jayin virajanaasinan katakitchananasavan uttamatan anupatan tamahan brumi brahmanan. The meditator sitting down, the one who's dustless, who has done his duty without pollutants, who has reached the ultimate good, that one, I say, is a Brahmin. The Buddha is radiant. One day, Venerable Ananda saw the sun set, the moon rise, the king in his mantle, Venerable Kaludayi meditating, and the Buddha, who outshone them all. The teacher explained that Buddhas outshine the others both day and by night, and spoke this verse. Diva tapati adicho ratin abati chandima sanado katio tapati jayi tapati brahmano atasabba mahoratin buddho tapati tejasa. The sun shines by day, the moon shines by night, the accoutred noble is radiant, the meditating Brahmin's radiant. Then every day and night the Buddha is radiant through his shining power. The true meaning of words. A Brahmin who ordained in an outside sect noticed that the Buddha referred to his disciples as ones who had gone forth, and thought he should apply the title to him also. The Buddha explained that he used the word not of one who had left home, but only of one who had driven out the defilements, and then he spoke this verse. Bahita papoti brahmano samachaya samanoti vuchati pabhajayamatano malan tasma pabhajitoti vuchati. Brushing off badness one's called a Brahmin, an austere one is called an ascetic. Because of driving forth all stain from oneself, one is said to be one who has gone forth. A Brahmin should be restrained. A Brahmin thought Venerable Sariputta didn't get angry because he had never been tested. So he walked up behind him and landed a great blow on his back. Venerable Sariputta was unperturbed. The Brahmin asked forgiveness and asked him to accept a meal, which he did. The Buddha commented on the incident as follows. Na brahmanasa pareya na samancheta brahmano Di brahmanas sahantaran tato diyasamunchati. One should not hit a Brahmin, nor should a Brahmin let fly at him. Woe to one who strikes a Brahmin, further woe to one who lets fly. Na Brahmana say to the kinchi sayo, yada nisedo manaso piyehi, yato himsamano nivatati, tato samati eva dukan. It is no little good for the Brahmin when the mind is held back from what is dear. Whenever mind turns back from violence, then there is a calming of suffering. Restraint in 3 ways. After Venerable Mahapajapati Gotami was ordained by the acceptance of the 8 serious rules, the other nuns were ordained by the monks. Later they were in doubt about her ordination and reported the matter to the Buddha, who confirmed her ordination and rebuked the nuns with this verse. Yasakayena vachaya manasanati dukkatan sanvatanti tanehi tamahan brumi brahmanan. For whom there is no wrongdoing, by body, by voice, or by mind, being restrained in these 3 things, that one, I say, is a Brahmin. Paying respects to one's teacher. Venerable Sariputta would always bow in the direction where he knew his first Dhamma teacher, Venerable Assaji, was living. The monks thought he was worshipping the cardinal points and reported the matter to the Buddha, who explained the situation and then taught them with this verse. Yamha Dhamman Vijaneya Samma Sambuddha Desitan Sakachantan Namaseya Agihutan Vibramano. That one from whom one learned Dhamma taught by the perfect Sambuddha, with respect bow down to him, like Brahmin bows at fire sacrifice. The one who has truth and Dhamma. A Brahmin by birth noticed that the Buddha referred to his disciples as Brahmins and thought he should apply the title to him also. The Buddha explained that he used the word not because of matted hair, family or birth, but only of one who had penetrated the truth. And then he spoke this verse. Najatahi nagatena najacha hoti brahmano yami satchancha dhammocha so suchi so brahmano. Not because of matted hair, family or birth is one a true Brahmin, in whom there is truth and Dhamma, that one is pure and a Brahmin. Appearance is not enough. An ascetic was given lizard meat one day as his alms food and developed a craving for it. When the king of lizards came to pay his respects, the ascetic tried to kill him. The lizard escaped, however, and blamed the attacker for not being a true ascetic, saying he only had the appearance, not the true qualities of an ascetic. The Buddha summed it up in this verse. Kinte jatahi dumeda, kinte ajinasatiya, abantarante gahanan, bahiran parimajjasi. Why do you have your hair matted, stupid one, and why your deerskin? Within you there is a jungle, you only polish the outside. The meditator is a true Brahmin. One day Sakka visited the Buddha to listen to his teachings, and at that time Venerable Kisar Gotami came flying through the air to pay her respects to the Buddha and quickly departed. Sakka asked who it was, and the Buddha told him and spoke this verse about her. Pam Sakula Daranjantan Kisan Dhammani Santatan Ekan Vanasmin Jayantan Tamahan Brumi Brahmanan. That one who wears discarded clothes, who is lean with protruding veins, who meditates in the forest, that one I say is a Brahmin. Being unattached to anything. A Brahmin by birth noticed that the Buddha referred to his disciples as Brahmins and thought he should apply the title to him also. The Buddha explained that he used the word not because of matted hair, family or birth, but only of one who was unattached, and then he spoke this verse. Nachahan Brahmanan Brumi Yoni Janmati Sanbhavan Bovadi Namasohoti Sache Hoti Sakinchano Akinchanan Nadanan Tamahan Brumi Brahmanan. I do not call one a Brahmin because of being born from a certain womb. That one is just one who says bo if he is attached. Having nothing and unattached, that one I say is a Brahmin. Cutting off all fetters. The merchant's son Ugasena fell in love with an acrobat whom he saw performing, but her father would only give her to him if he joined them, which he readily agreed to do. Later, after he had ordained and become an arahat, the monks thought he was falsely claiming to be without fear, but the Buddha confirmed his attainment with this verse. Sabbasanyo janan chetva yovena paritasati Sangatigan Visanyatan Tamahan Brumi Brahmanan. Whoever has cut off all the fetters surely does not tremble. Surmounting attachments detached, that one I say is a Brahmin. Cutting off the obstacle. Two Brahmins were trying to find out who had the strongest ox by making them carry heavy loads, but their thongs broke as they tried. The monks reported the matter to the Buddha, who said that thongs breaking was natural, but they should strive to cut the thongs of anger and the strap of craving, and taught them with this verse. Chetwa nadin varatancha sandanan sahanukaman ukita paligan buddhan tamahan brumi brahmanan. Whoever has cut off the thong, the strap, the rope, together with the bridle, who has thrown off the obstacle and is awakened, that one, I say, is a Brahmin. The strength of forbearance. A Brahmin was angry because his wife constantly called on the Buddha, so he went and abused the awakened one, but the Buddha converted him with his wisdom. Later, the exact same scene unfolded with regard to his three brothers. The monks spoke about it, and the Buddha explained that he possessed the power of endurance with this verse. Akkosan wadabandancha adurto yo titikati kanti balan balani kan tamahan brumi brahmanan. Whoever being pure forbears with punishment, bondage, abuse, having the strength of endurance, having the strength of armaments, that one, I say, is a Brahmin. The one in his last body. When Venerable Sariputta was in his village, he went to his own home and was offered alms food by his mother, who roundly abused him for being a beggar. However, the elder did not get angry or say a word. After this was reported to the Buddha, he spoke this verse: Akkodanan vatavantan silawantan anusutan dantan antimasariran tamahan brumi brahmanan. Whoever is controlled of mind, dutiful, virtuous, taint-free, well-trained and in his last body, that one, I say, is a Brahmin. The one who is unsmeared. After the rape of Venerable Upalawana, the monks were discussing whether those who had become an arahat still enjoyed the pleasures of the flesh. When this was reported to the Buddha, he said it was not so, and, affirming her purity of mind, he spoke this verse explaining the situation. Varipakarapatteva aragge rivasasapo yo nalipati kamesu tamahan brumi brahmanan. Like water on the lotus leaf, like a mustard seed on needle, he who is unsmeared by desires, that one, I say, is a Brahmin. The one who put down the burden. Before the rule against ordaining runaway slaves was promulgated, one slave ran away from his Brahmin master, ordained, and soon became an arahat. When the Brahmin came looking for him, the Buddha explained he had already put down the burden, and then spoke this verse: Yo dukkhasa pajanati ideva kayamatano pannabaran visanyatan tamahan brumi brahmanan. Whoever knows here and now the destruction of his suffering, putting down the burden detached, that one, I say, is a Brahmin. The one skilled in the path. One day Sakka visited the Buddha to listen to his teachings, and at that time Venerable Kema came flying through the air to pay her respects to the Buddha and quickly departed. Sakka asked who it was. The Buddha told him and spoke this verse about her. Gambira panyan medavin magga maggasako vidan uttamatan anupatan tamahan brumi brahmanan. The deeply wise, sagacious one, skilled in what is path and not path, who has reached the ultimate good, that one, I say, is a Brahmin. The one with few desires. Venerable Pabharavasi Tissa retired to a certain rock cave in order to forward his meditation. The deity residing there moved out and tried to slander the elder. Recalling his own virtue, however, the elder soon became an arahat. The monks could not believe he had not got angry with the deity, but the Buddha confirmed his purity with this verse. Asansartan gahartehi anagarehi chubayan anokasarin apichan tamahan brumi brahmanan. Whoever does not mix with the householders or the houseless, wandering homeless with few desires, that one I say is a Brahmin. The one who neither hurts nor kills. A monk was given a subject of meditation, went to the forest and became an arahat. As he was travelling, a woman who had quarrelled with her husband followed close behind. When the husband saw them, he thrashed the monk. The monks could not believe he had not got angry with the man, but the Buddha confirmed his purity with this verse. Nidaya dandan bhutesu tasesu tavaresu cha yo nahanti nagateti tamahan brumi brahmanan. Whoever has laid down the stick used against fearful and fearless beings who neither hurts nor kills, that one I say is a Brahmin. The one who is unattached. A Brahmin's wife sought for 4 Brahmins to give a meal to, and was sent the 4 Arahat novices, Sankitya, Pandita, Sopaka, and Rewata, whom she sat on the floor and would not serve. Being alerted, Sakka came and convinced her to serve them. The monks could not believe the novices had not got angry with the woman, but the Buddha confirmed their purity with this verse. Aviruddan viruddesu attaddandesu nibbutan sadhanesu anadanan tamahan brumi brahmanan. Being friendly with the hostile, calm amongst those holding a stick, not attached amongst those attached, that one I say is a Brahmin. The one who has thrown off defilements. When Venerable Chula Pantaka could not remember even 4 lines of verse, even after 3 months of trying, and his elder brother, Venerable Mahapantaka, asked him to leave the monastery, the monks could not believe Venerable Mahapantaka had not been angry with his brother, but the Buddha confirmed his purity with this verse. Yasarago chadoso cha mano mako cha patito sasapo riva araga tamahan brumi brahmanan. For whoever has thrown aside passion, hatred, conceit, anger, like mustard seed on a needle, that one I say is a Brahmin. The one who speaks the truth. Venerable Palindadvacha used to speak to everyone using abusive words which offended many of the monks. They asked the Buddha about it, and he understood that Venerable Palindadvacha was not angry, but was speaking like that habitually because he had been a Brahmin in 500 previous existences. And then he spoke this verse about him. Akakasan vinyapanin giran satchan udiraye yayanabi sajay kanchi tamahan brumi brahmanan. Whoever speaks a word of truth that is informed and is not coarse, through which no one will be angry, that one I say is a Brahmin. The one who does not take what is not given. A certain monk picked up a cloth one day, thinking it was discarded, only to be accosted by its owner, to whom he straightway gave the cloth back. When the monks heard about it, they teased him and reported it to the Buddha, who confirmed he did not take what was not given, as he was without attachments, and then spoke this verse about him. Yodadigan varasanva anantulan subasuban loke adinanadiyati tamahan brumi brahmanan. Whoever here does not take what is not given, long, short, small, large, attractive or unattractive, that one, I say, is a Brahmin. The one without longings. After Venerable Sariputta had spent the range retreat with 500 monks, the lay people still hadn't donated the requisites. As he was leaving, he asked for the requisites to be sent on, or that he be told. The monks reported it to the Buddha, who explained it was concern for the donors and the young monks that made him ask so, and not craving, and then spoke this verse about the one without craving. Asayasana vidyanti asmin loke paramhicha nirasayan visanyutan tamahan brumi brahmanan. For the one who has no longings in this world or in the next world, being without longings detached, that one, I say, is a Brahmin. The one without desires. After Venerable Moggallana had spent the range retreat with 500 monks, the lay people still hadn't donated the requisites. As he was leaving, he asked for the requisites to be sent on, or that he be told. The monks reported it to the Buddha, who explained it was concern for the donors and the young monks that made him ask so, and not craving, and then spoke this verse about the one without craving. Yasalaya navijanti anyaya akatankati amato gadan anupatan tamahan brumi brahmanan. For the one who has no desires, who through knowledge is without doubt, who has reached unto the deathless, that one, I say, is a Brahmin. The one who has overcome merit and demerit. Venerable Sariputta's youngest brother, Rewata, escaped from the household life and became a monk, and soon after became an arahat. After the range retreat, the Buddha visited him, and by magic power, Venerable Rewata transformed the thorn thickets he lived in into something well equipped and quite delightful. The monks proclaimed his merit, but the Buddha explained the elder had overcome all merit and demerit, and spoke this verse. Yoda punyancha papancha ubo sangan upachaga asokan virajan suddan tamahan brumi brahmanan. Whoever here has overcome clinging to merit, demerit, who is griefless, dustless and pure, that one, I say, is a Brahmin. The one who no longer rejoices in life. Because of a past deed, a light shone from the torso of the boy Chandaba, and he was taken round the country giving blessings. When he entered into the presence of the Buddha, however, the light disappeared. He then ordained and soon became an arahat. The monks doubted his attainment and asked the Buddha, who spoke this verse about him. Chandan vimalan sudan vipasannanavilan nandi bhava parikinan tamahan brumi brahmanan. Whoever, just like the moon, is stainless, pure, clear, undisturbed, and has destroyed joy in existence, that one, I say, is a Brahmin. The one who crossed over. Suppavasa carried her child Sivali for 7 years in her womb and took 7 days to deliver him. Later he ordained and became an arahat. One day the monks discussed how much suffering he had been through, and the Buddha confirmed he was now free of suffering and spoke this verse. Yo iman palipatan dugan sansaran mohamachaga tino paragato jayi anejo akatankati anupadaya nibbuto tamahan brumi brahmanan. He who has crossed the difficult path through births, deaths and delusion, the meditator, crossed over to the further shore, free of lust and doubt, unattached and cooled down. That one, I say, is a Brahmin. The one who gave up pleasures and existence. Sundara Samudra retired from the world and gave himself up to the ascetic life. His mother sent a courtesan to try and win him back to the house life. She set herself up on the street he normally went on alms round and enticed him inside the house. The Buddha sent an image of himself and taught him with this verse. Yodakame pahatwana anagaro paribhaje kama bhava parikinan tamahan brumi brahmanan. Whoever giving up desires should wander homeless in the world, destroying desire's existence, that one, I say, is a Brahmin. The one who gave up craving and existence. Because of their deeds in a previous existence, the merchants Jatila and Jyotika were extremely rich. After they retired from the world and became arahats, the monks feared they were longing for their previous wealth. The Buddha explained that they had given up all craving and spoke this verse about those who have attained. Yoda tanhan pahatwana anagaro paribhaje tanha bhava parikinan tamahan brumi brahmanan. Whoever giving up craving should wander homeless in this world, destroying craving existence, that one, I say, is a Brahmin. The one unattached to yokes. One monk who was previously a dancer soon became an arahat. When a troop of dancers passed through, the monks asked whether he still craved for his previous life, and he answered he did not. The monks asked the Buddha about it, who confirmed the monk had overcome all yokes and spoke this verse. Hetwa manasukan yogan diban yogan upajjaka sabba yoga visanyatan tamahan brumi brahmanan. Abandoning the human yoke, overcoming the divine yoke, being unattached to all yokes, that one, I say, is a Brahmin. The one who abandoned delight and hate. One monk who was previously a dancer soon became an arahat. When a troop of dancers passed through, the monks asked whether he still craved for his previous life, and he answered he did not. The monks asked the Buddha about it, and he confirmed the monk had overcome all delight and hatred, and spoke this verse. Hitva ratincha ratincha siti bhutan nirupadin sabbaloka bibunviran tamahan brumi brahmanan. Abandoning delight and hate, called off and free from all cleaving, a hero who vanished the world, that one I say is a Brahmin. The one whose destiny is unknown. The youth Vangisa could tell where anyone had been reborn by knocking on their skulls. The Buddha set out the skull of an arahat before him, and he was unable to see where he had been reborn, so he ordained to learn about it. Soon he became an arahat himself, and the Buddha confirmed he now knew all about the rebirth of beings. Chutinyo vedisatanan upapatin sabbaso asatan sugatan buddhan tamahan brumi brahmanan. Whoever knows in every way the passing rebirth of beings, unattached, fortunate, awake, that one I say is a Brahmin. Yasagatin jananti deva gandhabhamanusa kina savan arahantan tamahan brumi brahmanan. For the one whose destiny is unknown to gods, Gandhabhas, men, pollutant free, an arahat, that one I say is a Brahmin. The one who is unattached. The merchant Visakha attained the third stage of awakening, and his wife, Venerable Dhammadinna, became an arahat. Later he questioned her about the Dhamma, and she answered everything well, but told him to seek an answer from the Buddha for his last question. The Buddha confirmed all of the elders' answers, and then spoke this verse. Yasapure chapacha cha majje cha nati kinchanan akinchanan anadanan tamahan brumi brahmanan. For whom there is nothing in the past, the future, or the present, having nothing and unattached, that one I say is a Brahmin. The one who has been cleansed. King Pasenadi gave gifts beyond compare to a Sangha of 500 monks with the Buddha at its head, and placed elephants holding parasols over all but one of them. There were only rogue elephants left, and the king had one of them hold his parasol over Venerable Angulimala, whose presence tamed him. The monks thought the elder must have been afraid when the elephant was brought, but the Buddha said he was not, and spoke this verse. Usaban pavaran viran, mahesin vijita vinan, anejan natakan buddhan, tamahan brumi brahmanan. A noble leader, heroic, a great seer, victorious, free of lust, cleansed and awakened, that one I say is a Brahmin. The one who is accomplished. When the Buddha was ill one time, he asked for hot water from the Brahmin Devahita, who readily gave it. The Brahmin then asked to whom alms were best given, and the Buddha explained that his alms had great fruit, and then spoke the following verse about the true Brahmin. Purbe nivasanyo vedi sagapayan chapasati ato jatikayan pato abinyavosito muni sabhavositavosanan tamahan brumi brahmanan. Whoever knows their former lives and sees heaven and the downfall, and has attained birth's destruction, the sage accomplished in knowledge, who is accomplished in all things, that one, I say, is a Brahmin. Brahmana Waggo Chabbi Satimo. The chapter about Brahmins, the 26th. Dhamma Padan Nititan. Dhamma verse is finished.